Senator Dill. I'm Rick Mason. I represent District 56, and I proudly serve on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee.
Whoops, I did say ACF, didn't I? So thank you. Next, it's going to be one of those weeks, I can tell. Next is Representative Neto.
Good morning, Senator Dill. My name is Kathy Neto, and I serve District 78, which is Winslow and a small portion of Benton, and I am on the Inland Fishery and Wildlife Committee.
Representative Landry.
Good morning again, Senator Dill. Glad to be able to get into it this time. I've been 5 minutes trying to get on. I represent District 113, Farmington and New Sharon.
Representative Thorne.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent Carmel, Herman, and a slice of Etna, and I serve on Marine Resource Committee and Judiciary Committee.
Thank you. Representative Danny Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Danny Martin, House 150, located in Northern Worcester County, and a proud member of the IFW Committee.
Senator Curry.
Morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Chip Curry. I represent SD11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities. I serve on IFW. I'm sorry, communities of Waldo County, and I serve on IFW.
Senator Black.
Good morning, Senator Black. I serve Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec County.
Representative Hepler.
Good morning. I'm Allison Hepler. I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Pittsburgh, Woolwich, where I live, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond. I'm actually a member of both committees, IFW and Marine Resources.
Representative McDonald.
Good morning. I'm Representative Genevieve McDonald. I represent House District 134, which is the offshore islands of Penobscot Bay and Western Frenchman's Bay, and I'm a member of the Marine Resources Committee.
Representative McCray.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jay McCray, and I represent Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House, and serve on Marine Resources and Veterans and Legal Affairs. And I know one of our Marine Resource members is there right now testifying, so hopefully he'll join soon.
Representative Ordway.
Try it again. There we go. Morning, I'm Lester Ordway. I represent District 23, which is most of the town of Standish, and I'm serving my second term on the IF&W committee.
Representative Crafts.
Good morning, I'm Lydia Crafts. I represent House District 90, which includes Newcastle, Damerscott, Bristol, Bremen, Monhegan, and Louds Islands, and parts of South Bristol and Nobleboro. I'm on Marine Resources.
Representative Stanley.
Good morning. I'm Peggy Stanley. I represent the Katahdin area, which is District 143, and I serve on the Marine Resources Committee.
Representative Alley.
Good morning, Senator Dill and Chair. It's Robert Alley from down Washington County. I have 12 communities. I'm in District 138. It's Jonesport, Beals, Addison, Harrington, Columbia Falls, Centerville, Jonesboro, Whitneyville, and Marshfield. And I'm on IF&W and DMR. Thank you.
Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. I am Tim Terrio. I represent District 79, which is Albion, most of Benton, China, and Unity Plantation, and very proudly serving on IF&W committee.
Representative Lyford.
Morning, everybody. Representative Peter Lyford, District 129, which is Clifton, Eddington, Holden, a portion of North Brewer and Vesey, and I serve on IF&W.
All right. Names and faces have bounced around. Did I have Representative McDonald introduce herself?
You did.
All right. Is there anybody I missed? All right. Our time is up for the day now that we've introduced ourselves. So with that, the first thing we have on the agenda is a kind of an overview of airboats. And that's going to be from Department of IFW. And I'm not sure if that's Commissioner Camuso or Deputy Commissioner Peabody. Is it Judy? Which is that?
Thank you, Senator Dill. Judy Camuso, Commissioner of Maine Fish and Wildlife, and Deputy Commissioner Tim Peabody will be presenting the report back on our airboat work.
All right. And with that, as I say, we're going to have a briefing first, then we're going to have our hearing. And when we get done with the briefing, we'll talk a little bit about the process. So with that, we'll go right into our briefing. So welcome, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Before we get going, just procedurally, do you want to have questions as I present or at the end, or how?
I will let you decide that. It might be better probably to go through it and have the questions all at once, I would expect. So if you have questions on presentation, if you can save them, we'll do them all at the end. And we do have a half an hour set aside for this, but if it goes a little longer because of questions, we will work that out. So go ahead.
If I get long-toothed in my delivery, you can give me the sign too. I do respond to commands quite well. So good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee, Senator Mermont, Representative McCrate, members of the Marine Resource Committee. I'm Tim Peabody, Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, presenting a joint report with the Department of Marine Resources on airboat decibel levels as required in Public Law 662, which was enacted by the 129th Legislature. Both departments prepared a report we feel meets the spirit of the language of Public Law 662, focusing on collecting information relating to airboat use, specifically related to noise levels. And I'm going to attempt to summarize some of the high points of the report. So we began this discussion actually in the summer of 2019. We had a number of people at the table, representatives from Freeport, Brunswick, Harpswell. We had state and municipal enforcement officers, representatives from the Attorney General's office, and some towns brought legal counsel also to discuss how the enforcement of the motorboat noise levels at the time pertained to airboats. And I'm just going to fast forward to this morning just to tell everybody that the discussion is still alive and well. And since 2019, we really still do not have a solid solution. We got some good thoughts. Airboats have been part of certain regions of the Maine coast for over 25 years. From a shellfish harvester's perspective, have become a very safe, efficient tool for accessing tidal areas when shore access has been diminished. Throughout the past year, both departments had a number of opportunities to gather information, and I'm just going to kind of summarize what's actually in the 68-page report. We first came together in January of 2020, and we had an information gathering session on our Mere Point boat landing. And the intent of the meeting was not airboats. There were 48 citizens of the Brunswick area at this meeting to talk about the use of the Mere Point boat launch. Well, that meeting quickly turned into airboats. And I think we had more than a dozen people actually testify at that meeting, unsolicited, about thoughts on airboats. And the primary focus of that was noise levels early in the morning from the citizen side, and from the harvester side, they spoke on the loss of access in and around the Brunswick area that caused them to have to travel greater distances with a boat, and an airboat became the most effective tool to do that. Public Law 662 also required that the Department, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, actually engage in rulemaking during 2020 to establish a decibel level for airboats. We had no information on airboats as far as decibel levels, and so Sergeant Mike Joy, who the Maine Game Warden, Sergeant Mike Joy, and Marine Patrol Officer Clint Thompson both familiar with airboats. Mike Joy is the head of our airboat team, tried to gather some information so that the commissioner could propose a rule during 2020. And so he tested about 13 airboats. All of the information is included in this full report. And he did 2 tests, and they were modified tests he did them in the parking lot while the boats were on the trailer. He did a stationary test, which is a test where you hold a decibel meter about 3 feet from the stern of a boat, and at idle, you take a decibel reading. The average decibel reading for that stationary test for the 13 airboats, again, was 86 decibels. And then he did what he called a modified operational test, where still on the trailers, the airboats were throttled up to certain RPM levels. And I think he went 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 RPMs for those that had tachometers. And everybody, for the average, was in the 90s for 3,000, 4,000 decibels. At 2,000 decibels, the average was in the mid 80s. So essentially, that's what the commissioner used for the first rulemaking attempt in November of 2020. We proposed a stationary test, which is the J2005 SAE test, proposed at 90 decibels, because we figured that most of the airboats, the average was 86, and proposed the operational test, which is the SAE J34 operational test, at 100 decibels. And that was our first proposal. Again, only based on what Sergeant Joy and Officer Thompson did during their testing. We had a public hearing. 35 people attended the public hearing. 17 people actually testified against, and nobody testified in favor at that time. We received over 200 written comments during the public comment period of the first rulemaking process, and most of them were not quite on point to the actual rule itself, in other words, the decibel levels, but made, actually out of 200, there were only 4 comments in favor in the written comments. And the 4 comments in favor were just fine with the proposal that Commissioner Camuso and Commissioner Kelleher had put forward. The people that commented against the proposal really focused on again, evening and early morning hours, as the noise levels during that time of the day. And they felt that certainly 100 decibel maximum was not appropriate during the evening and early morning. They also included weekends and holidays. There was concern about significant wildlife areas and the effects of noise on wildlife. They wanted to find alternative boat launch sites, potentially. And it's ideas of restricting decibels using shoreline distances. And a number of people just wanted to prohibit airboats altogether. Again, this is out of 200 public comments. At the end of the public comment period, Commissioners Camuso and Kelleher chose to actually end that rulemaking process. There was a lot of complexity that came out during that process, and just there was a lack of support, chose to end that process with the advisory council. Senator Dill, I have a hand up. Do you want to take it now, or let me stop?
Okay, let's see what the story is here. Representative, I can't see the name, sorry, Hutchins.
I'm sorry, no matter what I touch here seems to turn on the hand. I didn't have a question, but whether I hit it to turn it off or turn it on, it turns it on.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, while you're on there, why don't you introduce yourself? I don't think you introduced yourself earlier.
All right, I'm Representative Sherman Hutchins. I represent District 131, the towns of Penobscot, Orland, Dedham, Otis, Verona Island, Prospect, and Stockton Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thorne, did you have a question or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not sure how to address you, Colonel Peabody.
That's good enough. As Deputy Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, okay. My question is, I'm fairly new to the process of the airboat discussion, and a couple things come to mind, and it's a two-part question, if you will, and you can answer. And I'm curious how the decibel level of an airboat compares to the decibel level of, say, a beaver taking off, or a seaplane, any variety of seaplanes taking off, because we've all been on lakes such as Rangeley or Moosehead at daybreak when a big otter roars off the water full tilt. And my second question is pertaining to those items that have to do with the timing of the noise. I'm just curious if there's any other restrictions on those planes taking off currently from a lake, and I'm just wondering about the comparison and the restrictions between airboats and seaplanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. They're both loud, airboats and airplanes. That's answering the first part of your question. The second part of the question is boats actually have a statutory decibel level, and that's what we're working on here. Motorboats, their operational decibel level is 75, and that's really why we're here, is that originally didn't feel that airboats could meet that 75 decibel level in an operational test. And so there are no restrictions in the state of Maine on aircraft taking off on water bodies. And I know exactly what you're talking about. When that prop is pitched back and they're taking off, it's loud like an airboat. And then once they're airborne, they drop the pitch back and it's, it goes off into the sunset essentially. And so, but they are unregulated where boats are regulated. And I think that's the major difference.
Continue, please.
As I mentioned, Commissioner Camuso and Kelleher chose to end the first rulemaking process after the public comment period ended due to lack of support, and also recognizing the complexity of the comments that were brought up. It wasn't just a matter of decibel level, it was dealing with time of day and different things like that that caused us to stop the process. Both commissioners in preparation for the legislature wanted to take another attempt at rulemaking, and under the APA, a form of rulemaking called consensus-based rulemaking we felt would be an opportunity to try that process, which brings a stakeholder group together of interested parties to sit down and try to actually come to consensus on language that the commissioners could then propose to rulemaking in a second attempt. So that's what we did. We put together a group. Essentially, the foundation of the group had 3 citizens, one from Harpswell, one from Brunswick, one from representing Freeport. We had 3 harvesters, one from Waldoboro, one from Brunswick, one from Freeport. So that set the stage on both of those sides. And then we also had municipal officials from Freeport and Brunswick, as well as shellfish officers from Freeport and Brunswick. And then we had state officers from the Warden Service and Marine Patrol. And Deirdre Gilbert and I co-chaired that group. We were pretty aggressive. We met 5 times in a little over a month via Microsoft Teams, and a 6th time in person with an on-water demonstration. So the committee was very diligent in trying to resolve this issue. The on-water demonstration, which we did in February, was informative to everybody, certainly that had not been around airboats on the water, or those that had, and got a different experience. We ran 3 airboats along a particular course up into the Harriseket River. The highest decibel level that we recorded during that time was 83 decibels. And most of the decibel levels from the 3 points that we read from were between in the 60s and 70s. And just some anecdotal information that came out of that, as a comment made at the information point where we were with a decibel meter, a woman said that this is not the sound that we're complaining about. If it was like this, we wouldn't even be here, which I thought was interesting. And when the boat left the boat landing, they offloaded onto mud that particular day. It was low tide. And they powered up on the mud to get moving. The comment to me was, that's the sound that I listened to at 4 o'clock in the morning when they put the power to them to get it moving on the mud. You know, with the fans pointed right toward shore, it's loud. So the group, even though we were not successful in getting consensus on a particular decibel level, they did a wonderful job. They were civil, they were very thoughtful, and they put a lot of time in. And again, we did not come to consensus on a decibel level, but we did come to agreement on a lot of things that are actually part of the report and part of your consideration in the legislature. Everyone agreed that we need to gather more local on the water decibel information. Really, the on the water, on the flats decibel information was only based on that one demonstration. All the work that Sergeant Joy has done, which is part of this report, was done in a parking lot on the trailer, just because of timing and complexity of arranging decibel meters and harvesters to actually participate. We agreed that if a decibel level is put in place, that it should sunset. We had full agreement on that, that there's basically a concern that if we don't have something in place this summer, that there will be no relief on the citizen side, but whatever is put in place this summer should sunset once we get more actual on the water information. We agreed that the stakeholder group should be continued. Again, this is our consensus group that's making these recommendations. And everyone felt that it worked well together discussing these issues, and they want to focus on the mechanics of airboats. Looking at prop pitch, that's a big deal, whether it's an 8-pitch prop or 12-pitch prop. And I've learned myself personally, speaking to an officer in Wisconsin, that there's 3 parts to this. There's prop pitch, there's mufflers on the engine, and there's the gearbox, which determines how fast that fan turns. They're all part of the noise reduction of an airboat. So we need to look at that. We need to look at access issues. Access was brought up during the consensus-based process. It was brought up earlier, as I mentioned, in the Brunswick Mere Point meeting. Access was brought up. That needs to be discussed. An appropriate SAE test, that's Society of Automotive Engineers. What's the appropriate test to measure an airboat? The consensus group was focused on the J1970 SAE shoreline test. What we currently have in rule at the department for all motorboats is a J34 operational test. So we're focusing more on the shoreline test, where an officer would stand on the shoreline, and it didn't matter how far away it was, the airboat or any watercraft, you could only reach a certain decibel level. There was also agreement of the group wanted a more comprehensive sound study, but we really didn't agree or discuss what that meant, whether we needed to have a sound engineer come in and do this work, whether he needed to gather a lot of information around the country on airboats, or whether we just needed a lot more localized data. So, but there was agreement that we needed that, quote, comprehensive sound study. Wildlife issues were also brought up on the citizen side, and we chose not to discuss those at all, just due to timing and the necessity to try to come to consensus on an airboat on the decibel level. So we weren't successful. That's what we agreed on. What we didn't agree on is the actual decibel level, and what you have before you today in the two bills is essentially where we ended the consensus group. I think Representative McCrate's bill is where it was our kind of combined proposal that was not agreed to. And I think Representative Sachs' bill was the citizen side. Those decibel levels are on the citizen side. That's just an overview of where we ended there. For other information, our officers, our game wardens and Marine Patrol, we've talked to officers all over the country. When you mention the word airboats and sound, people just kind of look at their feet. They don't really want to talk a lot about it because it's challenging. And I raise that as an issue of reality. And I spoke at the consensus group. My idea of success here, and I'll give it to all of you, is that the phone stops ringing at the Freeport town office. We need to come up with a level where the phone stops ringing. There's agreement on both sides that it might not be perfect, but we understand the harvesters have a job to do, and the citizen, the residential that live along the coast have, what is reasonable for them. But in the end, the phone stops ringing because our officers, and this again was backed up by talking to other officers around the country, do not rely on law enforcement to solve this problem because it's going to be not very efficient, I want to say. I spoke with an officer in Montana last week who used the term social tolerance, has done a huge amount of work with sound, primarily on snowmobiles, but he came from Wisconsin, where I've spoken to an officer who runs airboats, who's probably one of the most knowledgeable officers in the country on airboats and sound. And he used the word social tolerance. And I think that that's a good word to capture here is, what is a social tolerance level? And that was brought up in the context of what is an appropriate decibel level? Well, it's whatever we tolerate as a society. I think we know when something's loud. Representative Thorne brought up an aircraft taking off on a water body. There's no question that's loud. We know that's loud, and it dissipates quickly. And so I think, this process, the legislative process you're going on is going to try to determine that. What do we feel as a society is acceptable? So from all this work that I presented, the final recommendations of both departments would be to establish a temporary decibel level for the remainder of 2021, up until a date to be determined in 2022, when perhaps a permanent level could be established in law, and special consideration to lower levels in the early morning hours. The departments agree that consideration should be made to keeping a stakeholder group going and expand on the conversations we've had during the consensus-based rulemaking process, and look at some of those other areas that we didn't have the time to focus on, such as access and the mechanics of airboats. Have department staff gather more local airboat decibel data during the summer of 2021 and then obtain training on the use of decibel meters. I've spoken to the officer in Wisconsin, and I have him about half on the hook. I've offered him up to show him a moose and maybe give him some lobster if he comes and works with our officers on some of the J1970 testing and actually help gather some of the data and talk about the mechanics of airboats. Again, that's one of our recommendations. And consider a comprehensive sound study if there's funding and staffing available. Both Marine Resources, Department of Marine Resources, and our department, IFW, do not have the current staffing levels or appropriate funding to coordinate a very comprehensive sound study if that's what is desired. So with that, I'll take questions.
All right, so we will go to questions. Representative Lyford.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner, when your stakeholder group was together in that airboat launched on the mud, did you take a decimal reading by any chance then?
I don't think anyone captured that, to be honest with you, but I think from the work that Sergeant Joy did, number one, I wish we had captured it, but from the work that Sergeant Joy did, at 4,000 RPMs, and I don't know where those airboats were when they actually powered up to take off, but I think the range of that was ranging in the 90s up to 106 was the highest, and so I'm guessing that sound we heard that day was probably into the 90s.
Thank you.
Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Commissioner Peabody, I'm curious again. I had a couple that I didn't see a response to. How many airboats are registered in Maine? Anybody know that?
I can get that for the work session, and to be honest with you, I say I can, and I think we can probably tease it out one way or the other, but I don't know if our records keep we have the make and model of the boat, but I don't know if it says if it's an airboat or not, but I think we can find that.
Okay, that was just kind of an idea of the scope of what we're talking.
So I do know from the town of Brunswick, I think they said that there's about 20 airboats operating out of the Brunswick area. So we tested 13 boats. I've heard there's 20 boats potentially. I don't think there's a lot more than 25 or 30 probably in the state of Maine.
Okay, and I'm just wondering how that compares to Florida too, and what they've done down there, and they must have the same issues to address that. And I know they have thousands and thousands of airboats operating in Florida, Louisiana, and I'm just curious what they've done to address this. And in Maine, I guess the other point is whatever happened to the jet ski? I remember jet skis on lakes was a noise issue, and it seems you don't really address or hear that much anymore. And I didn't know if the industry did something to jet skis to make them quieter and that resolved that issue, or how that panned out.
So to take your first part of your question, Florida, that's an interesting situation. They have 90 decibels for all boats in Florida. They essentially, from the officers that we spoke with, they don't do much enforcement at all on it. And they speak to when they have complaints, they speak to the people and try to get them to change their operating behavior a bit. But that's again part of the challenging comment that I made. And Florida airboats are part of their life. A difference in Florida is they're actually, when they power up an airboat in Florida to go into the Everglades, they're going away from the residential area, essentially, or dock or whatever they're going away from. in this situation, the airboats on the flats are operating around the residential area. They're not necessarily going, they're leaving. It's like the airplane taking off. It takes off and goes away. I think the airboats and the air in operating in the area or tidal areas is more of a, it's in front of the residential area longer than potentially the Florida boats. Regarding the PWC issue, that was part of the Great Ponds Task Force concern back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And during that time, the legislature, through a process with the municipalities, banned PWCs on a lot of our major waters in the state. And along with that, the industry stepped up and made them a lot quieter today than they were in the late 90s during the time you're speaking of as a problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner Peabody and all of your team. I spent yesterday morning reading through that entire report and was really impressed with the thoroughness of it. One of the questions I had was answered because it was the same question that Representative Thorne asked. The other one, I noticed you mentioned that the wildlife concerns came from the citizen group, was not part of your consensus reporting. Do you have any information about the, any impact on wildlife compared to other states? Is that something that's a settled issue?
I think it's available out there. What we have here is anecdotal, and I got it as last Friday. I spoke with one of our biologists who runs an airboat, has run an airboat in the Brunswick area, and he said that you can get closer to waterfowl with an airboat without them flushing. You get closer with an airboat than you can with a kayak. And that's my experience too, running equipment, that animals generally are more fearful of a person walking than they are a skidder operating or a piece of equipment. The minute you stop, if you stop the airboat, the birds would flush. But if you go by them with the airboat, they'll just sit there and watch you drive by because they hear you coming, can't miss you. And they've been around airboats and other boats and they're not fearful. But if you stop, they'll flush. But a kayak, person walking their dog is more of a threat. They'll actually flush sooner under those circumstances. Nothing scientific about it. But that's, whether you're doing a forestry operation with skidders and deer and moose and, stop the skidder, the animals run. And, I've had that personal experience. And I think it's similar to watercraft. Nothing scientific about it, pretty real. And I think you can probably get that information out there around the United States. I'm sure there's been studies on flushing rates of waterfowl.
Thank you very much.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you. So I have a concern as a commercial fisherman about the legislature regulating noise levels for commercial fishing vessels across the state and what type of precedent that might set. This seems to be a localized issue. So can somebody tell me why this isn't being handled through municipal ordinance?
I can answer that, Representative. The department of the state has the authority over watercraft. Cannot be regulated at the local level. So all the laws on the books are at a statewide level, and it's designed that way because as people travel around the United States or even inside of the state of Maine, the expectation is that you can understand what the laws of operating a boat are. And so if you set regulations at the municipal level for operating a boat, then as I go from town to town, I have no idea what the law is. And yes, it's up to me to know the law, but it makes it more challenging. And that's the same, that more of a national application for boating laws is really the model in the United States to try to make it easy for people to go from one place to another. But there's a statute on the books, it's a local ordinance statute in Title 12 that prohibits towns from regulating watercraft.
Got you. Thank you. And then I just had a quick follow-up, if I could, Senator. You mentioned that there is a noise level in statute already. Is there an exemption for commercial fishing vessels in that? How does that statute apply?
There isn't an exemption other than the documented vessels. It's only for what is considered a recreational vessel, which is anything that's not documented to the Coast Guard would fall under the existing state statute for noise levels.
Interesting. So if you had a lobster boat that wasn't federally documented, it would qualify as recreational under Maine law?
Yes, it would. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Commissioner, maybe this has been covered, but how many complaints do we have on airboats in that area? Do you know?
I think if you spoke to Peter Joseph, town manager of Freeport, he could probably give you a stack that you couldn't crawl over.
Okay.
Same Brunswick, although it does, some of this was actually attributed to one airboat operating in the Freeport area. It was challenging for our officers to deal with and caused quite a stir during the summer of 2020, and I believe earlier than that. So most of the complaints have come in, and Marine Resource staff Commissioner Kelleher is going to be on in a bit, and he could answer that directly, how many come into the Marine Patrol, but I don't think as many have come into the towns themselves.
I'd be curious to compare that to traffic noise also. See how that compares to on the water to on the road, like motorcycles, cars. I just kind of curious. And I also read that report, and there was a lot of information in there.
Well, I've been traumatized by the whole thing, just full disclosure. And I've got a sound meter just like everybody else out there downloaded onto my phone. So as I walk up and down State Street, the traffic noise is right around 75 decibels. Okay. Airplane taking off from Augusta, going over Augusta Airport or overhead is about 75 decibels. Okay. I bite into an apple at 65 decibels. When I bite in, when I chew, it's in the 50s.
Wow. Okay.
My John Deere tractor, 52 horse, full bore, is 90 decibels sitting right on the seat. Yep. I walk away from it, about 60 feet away from it, it's at 75 decibels. That's based on my phone. Okay. And right now you're at 65 decibels when you're talking to me. Okay. My Volvo SUV going down the interstate is just about 70 decibels road noise. I have Michelin tires on it, probably not the quietest. So, but that's, put things into perspective. That's just some of the stuff that I've done.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Ordway.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Deputy Commissioner Peabody. Rep. McDonald and Rep. Mason just kind of touched on my two concerns. One is that we're looking at standards, SAE standards that apply to recreational boating. That's a concern. Would we start to lump commercial boats in with recreational boats? The second is road noise. You're talking decibel readings in the 80s and 90s, and under 29A, we can run an automobile legally in this state up to 95 decibels. I see this as a law enforcement nightmare, as it is for law enforcement officers on the road trying to regulate loud motorcycles and everything. It's the standard answer over there is the cost of the equipment. So
That's a great comment, Representative Wardway. I think the issue here is what do we accept? We know when something's loud. We know when someone's out on the flats doing power turns with an airboat that's probably not what they're supposed to do, and that's what we want to do enforcement on. Like I say, the phones needs to stop ringing in the town office. We need to come up with what is the social tolerance that we accept as people. That's, we live at 75 decibels during the day. I will tell you that. There's no question that's how we live. That's what's around us, essentially. And we know when something's loud. We know when the airplane takes off is loud. We know if someone, fires a rifle outside, that's loud. We know what loud is. How do we apply that to this situation?
Senator Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Commissioner Peabody, can you help me understand the kind of just the basics on decibels? Is it accurate that it's not incremental, that for like a small decibel increase is actually a magnitude order increase? Is that correct? Can you talk me through a little bit of that? Like the difference between 80 decibels and 70 decibels is not just a little bit more, it's a lot more. Is that correct?
I'm not going to pretend that I know everything there is about decibels, but it's, a 10 decibel is twice as loud. It's about twice as loud. It's a logarithmic scale. And, you probably will have some more qualified people testifying today to talk about that, but you're absolutely correct. It's 1 decibel higher is not just 1 decibel, and 10 decibels higher is twice as loud as 80 is twice as loud as 70.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around it.
All right, are there any last questions for Deputy Commissioner Peabody before we move on? All right, thank you very much for your briefing this morning on airboats. Very informative. Okay, so we're going to switch gears. And as I mentioned, we have 2 public hearings to do, LD 89 and LD 114. We have about 20 people to testify on each one. And as usual, what we'll do is make sure that everybody is muted until you're ready to ask a question or if you're speaking. And for both committees, remember there's twice as many of us here. There's almost 26 legislators on the call here today. So I will do my best to see hands, but I will apologize if I miss somebody. What we will do is we'll go in the following order. We'll have the sponsor of the bill and any other legislators. Then we'll hear from the department. Then we'll move on to folks testifying. And first it will be in favor, followed by against, and then finally neither for nor against. I will use a timer. It will be 3 minutes, just so everybody has the same amount of time. And I'm not trying to be rude, but when the 3 minutes goes off, I'm going to interrupt you there and say you have, 1 or 2 sentences to finish up. So I'm going to try to stick with the clock as closely as we can today, just so everybody can get their say in a legitimate amount of time. And I would mention that there's a couple other people that have joined us. I see Representative Fockingham. Would you introduce yourself, sir?
Good morning. I'm Representative Billy Bob Fockingham from Winter Harbor. I represent House District 136.
And you serve on which
and
committee?
I'm on the I am the Republican lead on the Marine Resources Committee.
Thank you. Senator Miramont.
Good morning. Thanks, Senator Dill and committee for having us join you for this great discussion or great briefing so far. And I represent Senate District 12 in the Maine Senate, and I'm the co-chair with Senator McRae of the Marine Resources Committee.
Great. I don't know if there's is there anybody else that I'm missing here that hasn't been introduced yet for legislators? All right, seeing none, then I will open the hearing on LD 89, an act to regulate airboats, and that is Representative Sachs. So if she's in the waiting room, Linda, would you let her in, please?
Good morning, sir. I am here.
There you are.
I am. Thank you so much. Would you like me to begin, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Senator Dill, Senator Miramont, Representative Landry, Representative McCray, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committees of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife and Marine Resources. I think that took my 3 minutes. My name is Melanie Sachs, and I'm honored to represent House District 48, which includes Freeport and part of Pownell. I'm here as the sponsor of LD 89, an act to regulate airboats. I first became aware of the concerns around airboats in 2003 when serving on Freeport's town council. The town of Freeport had allocated $500,000, which is an enormous amount of taxpayer resources for a community of our size, to fund a study on behalf of the harvesting community. The Down East Institute researched ways to mitigate the predation of green crabs on our clam population, which many of you also may have struggled with in your regions. Freeport has a long history of supporting the environment and our harvester community, and that's just one tangible example. The researchers in this study utilized an airboat, and almost immediately we heard concerns from those up and down the coastline about the incredible noise generated by this type of watercraft. Freeport has had generations of working waterfront participants and coastal families, and this was, to my knowledge, the first time such constant complaints had ever been registered about watercraft noise. The situation was resolved when the study ended. In the intervening 8 years, the region has been forced to examine the issue more directly as the frequency of airboat use has arisen. Airboats have been used for recreation, for harvesting clams, and for research, as mentioned in our area. No matter the use, the concerns around the impact of the extraordinary noise on the environment, on businesses and homeowners remained constant. The volume of concerns registered with Town Hall, our shellfish conservation officer, the town council, led the council to explore whether a municipality could find a way through public discussions and ordinances to set limits. Shout out to Representative McDonald, we tried. This several-year process ended with the department and the town attorney confirming that it's firmly within the state's purview. Freeport then met with as Tim Peabody, Deputy Commissioner Peabody mentioned, met with our staff, with legislative officials at the time. Legislation was passed carving out airboats from other watercraft regulations. Then the rulemaking process that generated hundreds of comments from residents, and then the stakeholder process. Shout out to Representative McCray, to the stakeholder groups, to the chairs and the departments of IFW and Marine Resources. As Tim Peabody said, lots of good thoughts. Having been involved in this issue for 8 years, I am deeply aware of the conflicts, as Mr. Peabody alluded to, inherent in the discussion, and that regretfully there's perceptions of sides. I continue to focus, as others do, that the policy before us is on this regulation of one type of watercraft, having been taken out of all other motorboat regulations. The utilization of that watercraft may vary, research, recreation, tourism, harvesting, but the limits of the elements of the watercraft remain the same. The challenge before us is to craft legislation that addresses the unique properties of this watercraft, regardless of its use, or as Representative Thorne was saying, regardless of body of water, whether it's coastline, river, or lake in your community. The goal of the legislation remains to create rules for the airboat use that will support current airboat operators, but not negatively impact other harvesters, members of the public, business owners, and family. So thus we have two bills before us today. LD 89 is quite similar to LD 114 in many respects. LD 89 and 114 both contain data collection, establish some parameters of decibel levels, including exceptions, explore mechanical modifications as possible solutions, and define the same sunset provision. Both bills create a working group that includes harvesters who use airboats, representatives of Marine Patrol and game wardens, coastal landowners, and shellfish wardens. LD 89 expands the group slightly to include environmental and recreational interests as vitally important stakeholders to the discussion. But LD 89 differs slightly in two ways, significantly in two ways. The first, which you've alluded to and Mr. Peabody talked about, it includes a study of already available research, to gather information on the impact of decibel levels on the environment. For the past 8 years, this region has consistently been concerned about the decibel levels generated by watercraft and their harm to humans, wildlife, and the ecosystem. Significant studies, some of which will be referenced in testimony after me, indicate this is a valid concern and one that should be considered within crafting policy. And LD 89 also differs on proposed decibel levels. As noted by Mr. Peabody, the standards in LD 114, which is set the decibel levels at 90 during the day, no matter how close to the shore the airboat is, between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and 75 from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. LD 89 sets a decibel level of 80 as measured from the shoreline. So that gold standard, the 1970 SAE that everybody agreed was a good thing to do. That's the level of decibels set in LD 89. And so the standards in LD 114 are decibel levels that, per the department report, which Mr. Peabody reviewed today, had lots of good thoughts, but was a combined proposal that could not be agreed to by anyone. The decibel levels proposed in LD 89 are based on a review of the decibel level data and tests conducted by Maine Department and Marine officer officials, including February's demonstration, that were included in that 68-page report that you're referring to. A review of those tests indicate that 85% of the airboats tested fell within LD 89's proposed limits, daytime limits. The evening limits were also demonstrated to be achievable, but indeed, they would need operator attention to, for example, speed limits and perhaps some modifications. We should also note, again, as Mr. Peabody said, 60s and 70s were the norm in those tests, well within the LD 89 proposed levels. And I've also included some information that these standards are also in line, actually a bit higher than noise levels that are recommended by the Maine State Planning Office in conjunction with Maine DEP. And I have that in my testimony that I'll provide. So the proposed decibel levels in LD 89 allows current operators to continue using their airboats based on objective data, balance the interests of others on the working waterfront, including residents, businesses, and others, visitors to our beautiful state. I believe this bill, by including much of what's in LD 114, but also setting levels based on observable data and supporting environmental impact investigation, achieves that common ground while acknowledging, as Deputy Commissioner said, further work to be done. Thank you for your time this morning. I welcome your questions, and I will be available for the work session.
Thank you. Other questions for Representative Sachs? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony and presentation of this bill this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Deputy Commissioner Peabody, are you speaking on behalf of IFW?
Senator Dill, this is Commissioner Kelleher. I was going to be speaking on behalf of the agencies.
Both agencies? Okay, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. And if it pleases the chairs, I'll be testifying on both bills simultaneously to save you time for the day.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, Senator Miramont, Representative McCrate, and members of the Joint Standing Committees of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife and Marine Resources. My name is Patrick Kelleher. I'm the Commissioner at the Department of Marine Resources. I'm offering combined testimony on behalf of the departments in support of LD 114 and in opposition to LD 89. As you've heard, the Department of Marine Resources participated in the consensus building rulemaking process with IFW. This was a very natural partnership, giving the IFW's authority to regulate watercraft and establish decibel limits for airboats, but that impact would be felt with shellfish harvesters, which are regulated by DMR. Although airboats have been used on the coast of Maine for decades, and I can personally attest my experience with them in the late 80s and early 90s as a full-time guide on the lower Kennebec We certainly will attest also to the tension around the noise they generate, and it has certainly escalated over the last several summers. We are empathetic to the landowner complaints of excessively loud operations in very early morning hours and have been supportive of efforts to allow such outlier activity to be addressed. Many airboat operators conduct their activities very respectfully and try to avoid causing undue stress to the coastal residents. Unfortunately, there are also instances of an individual or two who have not exercised that discipline, which has brought us to this conversation here today. Through the working group process, it's been made clear that there are a number of factors that are contributing to the conflict. Increasing development along the coast, coupled with the elimination of historical water access points, has made the use of airboats even more essential from a harvester's point of view. Airboats greatly increase the harvester's ability to safely access flats that would not otherwise be feasible and expand the time available to engage in harvesting activities. The value of this increased harvester opportunity is demonstrated by the fact that shellfish harvesters have made the investment in this equipment, and airboats, I will tell you, are not cheap. Although the consensus rulemaking process IFW and DMR staff sought a regulatory balance that would provide the landowners relief while also permitting the ongoing use of airboats as a viable piece of harvesting equipment on Maine's working waterfront. The crux of this issue is the identification of the appropriate decibel limit. As the committee is aware, there are currently no decibel limits pertaining to airboats as they were exempted from the current motorboat standards. Through the consensus rulemaking process, 3 individuals representing airboat operators offered to support the decibel limits proposed in LD 114. I want to underscore the significance of their agreement with these limits. Given the lack of prior testing and existing data, these harvesters are far from certain how these limits will affect their operation and their ability to pursue their livelihood as safely and efficiently as possible. However, they have agreed in good faith in order to provide a mechanism to address the most egregious instances of abuse. And yet this has been portrayed still as an insufficient concession on their part. Contributing to the challenges of finding the right solution of decibel limits is the deficiency of available data. IFW has invested considerable staff time and resources in collecting baseline data, and the working group had the benefit of one of the demonstration exercising the use of the three airboats, which is documented in the report. While other states have similar conflicts around airboats, no state has implemented a solution that is easily transferable to Maine. Given these realities, the administration supports LD 114 as a logical interim step while more information can be collected. DMR and IFW have agreed to carry out the ongoing work with a stakeholder group as described in the LD, which provides a pragmatic approach for the agencies to develop experience with the new testing protocols, which are the SEA standards J 1970, which has not previously been used by game wardens or Marine Patrol officers. Considering other methodologies through which airboat noise may be mitigated, and explore the questions around the restoring of harvester access. Either DMR or IFW has staff or resources to conduct the additional task provided in LD 89 regarding the comprehensive study of professional studies of airboat noise. Imposing a stricter decibel limits provided in LD 89 will jeopardize the ability of shellfish harvesters to safely make their living, as no one has collected the sufficient data to know what this type of noise generated under normal operation practices and under different sea, weather, and load situations. In closing, I want to express DMR's concern regarding the slippery slope of noise regulations of commercial activities. Many commercial fishing industries generate over $1.5 billion in economic activity annually. While existing watercraft decibel limits apply to all Maine registered vessels, there's been no enforcement of these limits on commercial vessels. Given the uniquely loud nature of airboats resulting from their use of propellers, DMR does not disagree that some reasonable regulation of this type of commercial vessels is merited. However, an exemption for all other commercial activities would give assurance that there will be no further restrictions on Maine's working waterfront. I want to thank you for your consideration today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the commissioner? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to people testifying in favor of. And the first three I have on my list is Daniel Walker, David Cox, and Thomas Habel. So Dan Walker, as soon as you're on, would you unmute yourself and I see you down there in the corner on my screen, so welcome.
Thank you. You can hear me?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay, thank you. This is a little confusing okay, so we're testifying in support of 89 and I'll be testifying in opposition to LD 114 and whenever that comes up. So thank you, Senator Dill, Senator Miramont, Representative Landry, Representative McCray, and members of IFW and Marine Resources Committee. My name is Dan Walker, and I represent the Mainers Against Coastal Noise Pollution, which is a citizens group in the Freeport, Brunswick, Harpswell area. I grew up in Blue Hill and have been living in Freeport for 15 years. I served on the Consensus-Based Rulemaking Committee, and now I'm working with the citizens group coming forward. I also want to thank the departments for their open and transparent rulemaking process that we went through. And also the commissioners for allowing a consensus-based rulemaking to go forward. And I want to thank Commissioner Peabody for his leadership throughout. It was a great experience by all. And I want to thank Representative Sachs for bringing this forward. So I think I used up all my time. I apologize. Coastal residents seek relief from this uniquely loud tool that's being used along the coast now. Especially during the early morning hours. We would have been okay with current decibel limits that govern the rest of the working waterfront. However, those limits were rejected by the airboat operators in favor of the higher limits in LD 114. As noted, we support much of LD 114 with several important exceptions. Attached to my testimony is highlighted version of LD 89 with comments in order to really see the differences. First of all, in section 1, we lowered the decibel limits from 75 to 65 between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. And from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., we lowered it from 90 to 80 decibels. As you'll read in the report, these fall squarely within the tests that were done in Freeport and also a practical test that was done in Brunswick. In section 2, we've added to the work group, hopefully, environmental group and a coastal recreational group. We think it's very important to address the wildlife issues and the effect on humans of this tremendously loud noise. Yeah, the airplane is a good example. How about 8 of those going off in front of your house every single morning at 4 o'clock in the morning? I think you'll get the picture. Continuing on, LD 89 removes the law enforcement officers from chairing because we want Deputy Commissioner Peabody back to chair because he did such a good job. We think it would be a very neutral way to do it. And also, we would add to one of the duties of the stakeholders group a comprehensive survey of professional studies looking at airboat noise. And lastly, we would hope in the collection of data that's going on, there'd be consultation with the stakeholders group. Airboat issue is not unique in Maine. Opposition is happening all over, including in Florida. They've now banned it for most of the Florida Everglades. And New Hampshire includes in their statute, which I've included a section for, a language that prohibits the use of airboats whenever such use adversely affects fish and wildlife habitat, threatens public safety, or adversely affects the natural environment. We don't want to ban them. We just want to get them so people can live their lives accordingly. Again, Hundreds, if not thousands, of coastal residents are negatively affected by the unregulated use of airboats right now. There is no decibel limit right now for airboats. This issue is being driven by a small minority of the working
And time is up, so could you finish up in a minute or two,
a
please?
couple more sentences.
Yep,
And I'll be done.
sentences. Yep.
But this is only a small minority of the total population of even clam harvesters. While this is an issue focused in the Freeport, Brunswick, Harpswell area, the use of airboats for harvesting and recreational is spreading. We've heard about it we've seen testimonies coming from the Saco River. Many ponds in Maine have horsepower limits, prohibitions on jet skis, prohibitions on engines at all, and airboats or hovercrafts, which can be used similarly to airboats on mudflats, are extremely strictly regulated. So setting decibel limits for airboats to provide thousands of coastal residents some measure of relief and stricter limits in the early morning hours is not unreasonable and consistent with other state policies in Maine and elsewhere. This is not an attack on the working waterfront. Other boats do not come into play here. There's no reason for an exception, although we would be fine for an exception. This only deals with airboats. I will be back before you before LD 114. There's a lot more to talk about, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Walker? Representative Falkingham.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Walker. I just wanted to point out one thing, that you referred to airboats as a tool. I thought that was a significant acknowledgement as to the fact that airboats are a tool used for people that are working. The question that I have is that in your testimony, you said that something in reference to the noise occurring at 4 a.m. every single day. I just wanted to ask if you and your committee are aware that the clamming works around the tides, which occur twice a day, approximately 12 hours apart, and that the tides change every day. So the fact that they wouldn't be occurring at the same hour every day is a factor. Did you guys?
No, granted, you're right. You're right. The tides, this is a creature, clamming is a creature of the tides. However, the use of airboats allows folks not to be beholden to the tides and allow them to go out earlier in the day. And I think there's many places on the Maine coast where people are clamming and have clammed for hundreds and hundreds of years without airboats. This is it. You're right. It is a tool, but dynamite is a tool as well. Rocket ships are tools as well. Power tools are tools as well. We don't allow those to be used at 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a reasonable limit here, I think, that folks are willing to accomplish. And if you look at the tests that were undertaken as part of the Freeport demonstration, which was a wonderful opportunity for folks to really see airboats in place with decibel meters, I think that demonstrated that the very loudest of the loud airboats, which was weighed down, only was at 83 decibels from 900 feet from shoreline. There was a demonstration in Brunswick that showed that the decibel limits of folks taking off and then cruising around the airboats were clearly within what we're proposing. We're not proposing anything outrageous. We're not trying to ban them. We're just trying to make it so people can live their lives and go to work as well and have an appropriate, and also have the biggest industry in Maine is tourism. It's bigger than shellfish harvesting, and I think that is a part of this as well. So,
thank you, Mr. Walker.
Are there any other questions? Saying none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have David Cox.
Hello, my name is David Cox. Thank you for your time today. I was asked to be the representative from Brunswick on the recent consensus working group that Tim Peabody spoke so eloquently and objectively about. I just have to shout out to Tim. I'm in awe of how he has led us this way, this forward. I think he has been objective and an incredible leader for all of us through this very challenging and difficult effort. One, though, that I have confidence that if we continue to chip away at it, we can achieve success for everyone. And along those lines, I am so much in hopes that Tim will continue to lead us in this working group. I saw him nod his head otherwise when Dan spoke, but I think he is so integral to our success going forward for a number of reasons. I wanted to pivot to my own experience when the tide is low, especially in the morning. I prepared the following words. In my neighborhood, when the tide is low at 4 a.m., we are often jolted awake by what sounds like a very loud motorcycle just outside our window, vigorously revving its engine. It goes on for at least 5 minutes, then cuts off, immediately taking us back to the near silence of the early morning. Then 5 minutes later, it repeats. Either another airboat is arriving or the prior airboat is moving positions. A few minutes go by and the peace returns again. 5 minutes later, it repeats, and so on. This continues for 2 hours, while typically up to 6 to 8 airboats work the mud flats in my neighborhood. This is madness. Imagine if this was happening to you. Lose 2 or 3 hours of sleep, suffer stress and frankly momentary rage, wonder how and when this will ever end, feel intense frustration for how our loss of sleep and compromised mental state will impact that day and especially our performance in our own jobs. During daytime low tide, the coming, the repositioning, and the going of airboats is akin to a nearby chainsaw noise. Our animals cower and we mentally and physically are interrupted from whatever we are doing. If we are on a call, we are asked, what in the hell is that noise? If we have visitors, they are first startled and then shocked and at the insanely loud noise and usually say, how can that be okay? LD 89 gets much closer to common sense.
Could you finish up in a sentence or two, please? Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. LD 89 gets us to a much more rational starting point than LD 114, based on what you've already heard and based on testimony that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cox, thank you for testifying today. You had mentioned success. What constitutes in your mind success on this issue? When is it this is successful, this is acceptable? What constitutes that for you, if you please?
In my experience, success means that the key stakeholders, no one is completely happy, but feel like the process has been appropriately studied and debated and fairly instigated, which is one of the reasons why I'm pitching, probably to his chagrin, Tim Peabody to continue leading us, because that piece is so important. But to answer your question specifically, success is where it's complicated in this case, because I think several factors play in. There are bad actors for sure that Mr. Kelleher spoke to, but there are also a lot of contributing factors that really need to be studied, and people need to have some pain, I think, in order to get there. What I view LD 89 to be is a fair starting point, and LD 114 to be one that is not fair. It is much more biased to the harvesters and much against a lot of data out there that shows that the LD 89 levels can be achieved.
And if I may ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
And my point, I guess, Mr. Cox is saying if your version of success means the airboats may not operate at 80 decibels or 90 when they rev up to move off the flats from 1 to 1, but they may operate at 75 decibels. I'm just wondering how much of a success that will be for you, or is it banning of airboats altogether an objective or a desire?
It's a great question. Thank you. I am not for banning airboats. I am highly supportive of the working waterfront, and I get how valuable they are to the airboat operators and to the state of Maine. I believe, though, that there's a lot of discipline in the areas that Deputy Commissioner Peabody spoke to across various elements of this, some more difficult than others, that can be achieved to get us down to be comfortably at the decibel levels that are quantified in LD 89.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, anyone else with a question? All right, Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cox. Looking at the limits, can an airboat lift itself off the mud flats at 65 decibels in the morning?
I believe that what we are proposing is that, sorry, I get mixed up in my, I'm probably not the right person to ask that question.
Okay, well, we'll look for an answer in the work session then. Thank you.
Representative Ordway.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cox, for your thing. And you mentioned motorcycles, and I'm just curious on the levels that are being proposed. As I spoke earlier, an automobile can go up to 95 decibels, and a stock Harley Davidson without the loud exhaust, which we all agree, I think is, well, maybe not all of us, is annoying, is 83 decibels. And you mentioned motorcycle loud. We're looking at decibel levels considerably lower than a stock Harley Davidson.
So in my experience, outside my window, it sounds like a loud motorcycle right outside my window. And then it sounds like another loud motorcycle right outside my window. I don't know what the decibel levels are, but when you look at charts online that show different decibel levels, for example, standing next to a freeway, those decibel levels are actually lower, more in the 80s, for example. I will concede it's a complicated issue, but it goes back to, I think, what Deputy Commissioner Peabody talked about around social tolerance. And I think I speak for many of the 3,000 residents across Brunswick, Harpswell, and Freeport that are impacted by this. It's not okay.
Representative Lyford.
Thank you, sir, for your, thank you, Senator. Thank you for your testimony today. Just to throw another side of the coin in, I have a home on the ocean in Steuben, and it's a working harbor. And I awake in the morning to a skiff with a 3 horsepower going out to his lobster boat. However, my wife beside me never awakes. So, I think that needs to be taken into a little bit of consideration. Mr. Cox, you have any comments on that?
There are skiffs out there near my house, just as there are airboats, and I have never been awakened by a skiff, actually, and I am always awakened by airboats.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cox. We will move on. The next one up, and I apologize if I mispronounce some names, but it's Thomas Habel.
It's Heibel.
Heibel, followed by Robert Santamina, Mark Peterson, and Jeremy Wright. Go ahead, Mr. Heibel.
Am I ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good morning, and thank you, Senator Dill, Senator Miramont, Representative McCrate, and Representative Landry, and all the rest of the committee members here, and everybody else who's testifying. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to testify, in this case, in support of LD 89. My name is Thomas Heibel. I also go by Spike, which is what you saw on the stakeholders group. I live in Harpswell on Middle Bay, and I'm a citizen representative on the Department of Inland Fish and Wildlife stakeholder group that met over the past couple of months. The group's task, as you know, was to develop a consensus-based solution to the problem of the airboat noise. And I won't belabor the point, but Tim Peabody did a fantastic job. I really appreciate that. I support LD 89 for one simple reason. In contrast to LD 114's, the bill you'll hear next, proposed airboat noise limits of 75 decibels at night, basically, and 90 decibels during the day, levels which are unacceptable to coastal residents and businesses. And you're going to hear a lot about that. You see, there's a lot of testimony against LD 114. LD 89 proposes lower levels of 80 decibels during the day and 65 at night, including early morning, which would not only be achievable, but are consistent with levels that were attained by demonstration. LD 89 represents the compromised noise levels offered by the citizen representatives on the stakeholder group in order to achieve a meaningful and livable relief for coastal residents and businesses, especially at night and in the early morning hours. We really did compromise. For those who have not experienced regular exposure to airboats, livable is a very real measure. It may be subjective, but it's real. We all know when a machine creates too much noise, and airboat noise is unique along the working waterfront. No other working watercraft creates the sound levels and intensity and generates complaints that an airboat does. Yet on February 8th, the airboat demonstration in Freeport using 3 different airboats, levels that nearly matched the limits proposed by the citizen stakeholders and therefore LD 89 were achieved. So the conclusion was clearly that airboats could be operated at acceptable levels. My previous testimony against LD, or my coming testimony now against LD 114 will note that Maine's own state planning office produced a technical assistance bulletin number 4 in May 2000 that had an introduction that goes, quote, noise does not accumulate in the environment, but its impacts can be long lasting, affecting people's lives and property values. Noise causes a deterioration in the quality of life as much as, if not more than, many other environmental problems. Noise is real in the environment. It's real for the people that are opposed to airboats being allowed to operate at higher levels of noise. Airboats are not aircraft. They are watercraft. They are boats. Maine sets very acceptable standards for other watercraft. That includes airmobiles, also known as hovercraft, which are also notoriously loud and therefore subject to noise standards in Maine. An effort by the citizen group to set the same standards for airboats as airmobiles, which seems completely logical at least, was rejected. Lastly, it has been said by the airboat operators that regulation of their boats is an attack on the working waterfront. Well, that's a red herring. I at one time worked on the water, and I have the greatest respect for those who make their living on the water. But that doesn't mean that airboats used to pursue a livelihood should get a pass on meaningful regulations when other working waterfront users do not. LD 89's limits are still higher than existing limits for other working waterfront users. And we're just talking about noise here. We're not talking about preventing somebody from going to work.
Could you finish up in 1 or 2 sentences, please?
Yes, sir. LD 89 more directly addresses the concerns of coastal residents and business owners who are subject to airboat noise. LD 89 goes the extra step to create meaningful standards, providing meaningful, achievable relief for coastal citizens. I think some aspects of LD 89 echo 114, and I'm in favor of those, but not the noise limits. And therefore I testify in favor of LD 89 in all respects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Heibel? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you for your testimony. And next is Robert Santamina. Oops, hold it. Representative Thorne, did you have a question?
Yes, I didn't know, thank you, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Heibel, where he's been on the commission for a while, and I know I'm trying not to muddle work session questions and public hearing, but while you're here, and you may not be here during work session, how I'm trying to think of the enforcement method to determine that somebody has gone over a certain decibel level. Has that been explored in the committee involvements that you've talked about? And I know I want to get a different perspective from someone who is looking at it from a, how do we know somebody has exceeded the decibel level? Do you have one in your window, or will there be one on the waterfront, or will there one on the boat? How is that proposed? Do you know?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Thorne. I like Deputy Commissioner, have a decibel meter on my phone, and we used our phones as well as calibrated meters during the airboat test in Freeport. And, you know, the phones weren't too far off in some ways. There are distinctions you have to work into how to read the various meters. But the answer is no, I don't sit at my house. I don't live directly. I have water frontage, but I'm very far away from it. So I don't, you know, attempt to register the airboat noise from up where I am. But I have been down at the waterfront, and I know how loud they can be. And I've been in the presence of 2 airboats at once, which was just painful. And there's no other word for it. And there's a reason these guys wear really high quality ear protection. I certainly would if I was on one of those boats, and that's the first thing that goes on their head. So we did address the question of how to enforce, you know, how to measure and then how to enforce. And at the February 8th demonstration, you know, there were an awful lot of uniforms around with IFW and DMR on there. And they were sort of, the officers were saying, you know, this is really difficult for us to measure and enforce under the current system. So our thought was to how to make the measurement system easier. We didn't get into this a whole lot because we were pretty hung up on sound levels. But that is definitely an ongoing problem, and that's what the ongoing working group needs to explore is how do we make this workable? And you know, I have any number of thoughts about that. I won't take up your time here, but yes, we looked into it, and yes, it's a problem. It's like, how does the state police catch everybody who's speeding? You know, it's a problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Ordway.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Just a question about this is the second time I've heard it this morning, using a phone as a decibel meter, as a sound meter. Do you think that a phone, if a game warden or a Marine officer used a phone and wrote a summons, that a judge would uphold that use of a cell phone? The use of a phone is, to me, befuddling.
Happy to answer that. I think technology will change. I'm not suggesting at all that the cell phone is a way to meter noise in an enforceable way, but it does if you have many cell phones out there taking measurements, and occasionally somebody checks a cell phone against a calibrated meter, you know, you're getting a general sense of what's going on out there. Would it stand up in court? I doubt it. But, you know, years ago, we didn't have cell phones, and police and other people were getting in trouble with each other. And you know, it was he said, she said kind of a thing. But now you have cell phones taking photographs and video of conflicts as they happen. And so the technology may change. representative, and you know, that door is always going to be open. It's going to change as we go along, but I'm not suggesting at all that the cell phone is an enforcement tool, but it's certainly a measuring tool. It's getting the broad measure of what's going on. It's like thermometers. They're not all accurate to each other, but they give the general reading.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Robert, and I won't pronounce your last name again in case I butchered it, so until I hear from you. I saw you on the screen. If you want to unmute yourself, there you go.
Yeah, my name is Robert Santomena. You didn't do too badly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of IFW and DMR committees. I really appreciate the opportunity to appear, and I am here to support LD 89. My name is Robert Santomena. As I said, I live in South Freeport, have so for 28 years, and our house is about 700 feet from the harbor, which is the Harriseket River. I want to address particularly one particular notion, and that is that the effort to find a reasonable way to deal with airboat noise is leading the working waterfront down a slippery slope to more onerous restrictions. This is simply not the case. The folks on the working waterfront have a tough job. They already deal with a boatload of obstacles and hazards, from blue whales to green crabs. But it is unfair and just wrong to generalize from complaints that the extreme noise of an airboat results in the assault on the working waterfront. An airboat is a unique tool, a unique noisemaker. They're like no other boat on the water. They're in a class of their own. The legal term is sui generis, one of a kind. They are powered by an airplane propeller, powered by an internal combustion engine. When they get up to speed, the noise of the propeller overtakes the exhaust noise of the engine and generates the whining roar that caused such disturbance. Freeport's harbor on the Harriseket River has been a working harbor for generations. Many lobster boats and other fishing boats depart the harbor early every morning without disturbing the peace of residents along the shore. For over 30 years, up until a few years ago, we had a place on the shore of Port Clyde. You probably know, I hope you know, that Port Clyde is a big lobstering and fishing harbor. In earlier times, lobster boats used to have no mufflers. They ran straight pipes directly off the exhaust of the engine. That was noisy, but that hasn't been the case for since regulations of the noise of boats has been established by statute. Since the coming of noise limits on all watercraft, now the most you hear from a lobster boat hauling traps is country music. I don't expect that will ever be true of airboats, but I do expect that some rational resolution can be found so that harvesters can continue to work the flats without waking their neighbors on the shore. LD 89 gives harvesters something to reach for.
Can you summarize in a sentence or two, please?
I'm just about to finish. Thank you.
Yep.
LD 89 gives harvesters something to reach for and coastal residents the comfort of knowing that help may be on the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Next is Mark Peterson.
Good morning.
My name is Mark Peterson. I live on the very end of Lower Flying Point. We have exposure to the east, to the south, and to the west. And we've experienced enormous amounts of noise from the airboats, sometimes as far away as launching in South Freeport. And it's been enough to wake us up in the night. We have friends on Buston's Island, which is about a mile and a half from Wolf Neck. And those people have told me that they are sometimes interrupted by the sound of airboats when they're just sitting out maybe in the afternoon having a drink. So I think that there's something really to be understood here about this. This is a potential, very serious, noxious noise, and I strongly support SD 89, LD 89. I believe it's a fair approach, and I think using this while more research is done makes good sense. So I don't. I am opposed to the alternate bill. I very much support this bill, and I appreciate your time. I would also point out that on occasion we rent our home, and people who have rented from us have complained about the airport noise. We need to think about the potential financial impact on the whole tourism economy if the noise is not abated in some way or another. I have no further comments. I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective with you folks. And I can also add that most of the people on the street where I live are strongly affected by the airboats and wish to see something done to manage the noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Peterson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Jeremy Wright, followed by Eileen Peterson, Robert Seeley, and Alan Loskian. So Jeremy Wright.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. Thank you to the committees for hearing my testimony. My name is Jeremy Wright. I'm a Freeport resident. I've been closely involved with the citizens group Mainers Against Coastal Noise Pollution, and I speak in support of LD 89. And I wanted to use my few minutes to address some common misunderstandings that I've heard about the noise measurement standards that are being proposed. The measurement procedure that's used right now for watercraft, or that's specified as SAE J34, which prescribes a distance of 50 feet from the noise source in addition to other technical requirements. The new regulations in both bills, LD 89 and LD 114, use a different standard, the SAE J1970 that people have discussed. The primary difference is that it's a shoreline measurement, not from 50 feet. When boats are underway, including airboats, they are typically far outside of 50 feet from shore. During the February DIFW test run in the Harrisseekit, the closest measured approach was 700 feet. Sound attenuates at about 5 decibels per doubling of distance. So this means that a boat meeting the existing 75 decibel J34 limit would cast only 56 decibels at the shoreline if they're 700 feet offshore. If you flip the question in reverse and come from the opposite perspective, if an airboat 700 feet offshore is meeting the proposed LD 114 limit of 90 decibels, what sound is that boat producing by J34? The answer is 109 decibels. For comparison, the average boat tested by the Maine Warden Service was 98 decibels at full throttle, and the loudest was 106. It permits every boat tested. You can see that the J1970 standard is much more permissive than J34 and is a major concession to airboats. I hope you can also see that a J1970 limit of 90 decibels offers virtually no relief from airboat noise with boats that are underway. Another misconception that I've often heard is that 80 decibels at J1970 is not practical or attainable. This is not consistent with the data collected during the airboat tests. The average boat tested complies with an 80 decibel J1970 standard by remaining 650 feet offshore without any changes to boat equipment or altering operations in any other way. And this is not just theoretical, it was demonstrated in the test in the Harrisseekit River in February, in which 85% of airboat passes were within the 80 decibel limit. Another important point that's been brought up earlier is that the decibel scale is not linear. 90 is twice as loud as 80, is 4 times as loud as 70, and so on. So the LD 114 limit is twice the limit of LD 89. So given that we've shown that 80 decibels by J 1970 is achievable, why would we tolerate twice as much noise? And that's my limit, I guess. The rest of my testimony I've submitted in writing. Thank you.
Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I missed, can you repeat the data you had about 5 decibels per something? I can't remember exactly what that was.
Yeah, the theoretical attenuation of noise over distance is about 5 decibels per doubling of distance. So the point in bringing that up is that a shoreline measurement is much more generous than a 50-foot measurement, which is the existing standard.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Eileen Peterson.
Can you, let's see.
Yep, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm Eileen and this is Mark Peterson and we're both on the list to speak. So I'm going to let my husband, Mark Peterson, speak first and then you can call me back in later. I think with 2 Mark Petersons, there was
We didn't know there was a second Mark Peterson from Freeport that was speaking today.
Yeah, there evidently there must be 2 of you then.
Yeah,
So-
I know of the other one. It's the first time I've seen him, but I didn't know we were both speaking, so I apologize for that. But
Is it okay if I speak later sometime and let Mark speak?
We'll do them right back to back since you're both right on there now.
Okay.
So.
okay, great. I'm Mark Peterson, also Freeport, but I live on Wolf Neck, not on Flying Point. And I've been a Freeport resident for over 40 years. And I've submitted written testimony, but I really want to just talk a little bit more about what I think has been very confusing for many throughout this whole process, and that is the difference between the 2 ways to measure sound in the J34 standard and versus the J1970 standard. And they are different animals. Jeremy just talked about it. I'm going to talk about it a little bit more because I think everybody gets a little bit confused and the truth gets misrepresented.
I'm sorry.
The technology is driving us nuts.
I'm sorry. This is.
So first of all, I just want to say a little background on boat noise regulation. Federal activity regarding noise regulations caused the marine industry to initiate work by the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE, in the early 70s to develop a standard to certify compliance with noise standards. And that became J34. It's the exterior sound level measurement procedure for pleasure boats. It measures noise for a pass-by test of a boat at full throttle at 50 feet. It's the standard that was used, it has been used by the state of Maine for all watercraft prior to the exemption of airboats, and it still exists for all boats other than airboats. The problem with J34, recognized by a lot of municipalities and states, is it's really difficult to actually test an airboat at operating at 50 feet. Just did not lend itself well to on the water enforcement. And this led in the late 1980s, to the development of J1970, which is a shoreline test. And it is related to J34, but it really takes into account this issue of distance and speed. And Jeremy talked about it. There is an attenuation difference with sound, that you have a doubling of sound with, excuse me, a 5 dB increase in sound with half the distance, or just the other way around. And so when the shoreline test was instituted, it really enabled a means for municipal agencies and enforcement agencies to respond to residents, in that the sound could be measured at the shoreline regardless of what was going on with the weather or the boat speed or anything else. The primary concern was what is the measurement of the sound at the shoreline. And if we compare J34 readings to J1970, in the current main regulation for all other boats, which is 75 dB with the J34, which is at 50 feet at full throttle, that is roughly equivalent to 65 dBA at 200 feet at full throttle.
Can you finish up in the sentence or two, please?
Okay, and LD 114 proposes 90 dBA with the shoreline measurement. And this is roughly equivalent to 100 dBA at 50 feet, which is the J34 criteria. So this is why we have maintained that the 114, LD 114 measurement of 90 dBA at the shoreline is roughly equivalent to the previous recommendation of 100 dBA with the J34 test, which is extremely loud and unacceptable to all of us residents here in Freeport. That's the main point, and that LD 89 proposes 80 dBA at the shoreline, and this is still higher than than accepted standards of 75 dBA at the shoreline as being acceptable. But we did offer it as the citizens group as a good faith concession to the harvesters to find a balance.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and I will call on Eileen now. Eileen Peterson, please.
Eileen Peterson, and obviously live in Freeport. I'm also a practicing audiologist for 47 years with my expertise in the field of audition, sound, noise, remediation of hearing loss. That's what I do. So I wanted to also address the subject of perceived loudness in the decibel. Sound pressure level is a measurement of the loudness of sound, and there are lots of different filters that we use. As an audiologist, if I were to put you in the test booth and we were to agree on your most comfortable listening level, and I kept talking and said, I'm going to get louder and louder, stop me when I'm twice as loud, you would stop me 10 decibels higher. So every 10 decibels is a perceived doubling of loudness. The scale that we are using, the dBA scale mimics the properties of human hearing, and we use that scale because OSHA uses it. It's in all the safety guidelines for human hearing. But there's another scale that as an audiologist, I use all the time. And it adds a low frequency component to the measurement. It is the preferred measurement for very loud sounds and also when low frequencies are present. So when I'm called into schools, there's concerns for auditory access, kids can't hear. I'll do dBA and dBc readings, and I always find if there's a really loud, heating HVAC system, it's that noise that's low frequency that causes me to get louder readings with dBc versus dBA. Because of that, in my cell phone, yes, and in my iPad, I have apps, and I use them professionally. I calibrate them. They calibrate consistently with a professional sound level meter. And I use them professionally. So I have recorded traditional harvester skiffs operating from about 400 feet away at levels averaging between 43 and 51 dBA. There was one that peaked at 67. On the same day, with comparable environmental surface water conditions and distance to the boat, I measured airboat at 103.7 dBA from the shoreline. When you compare on the same day readings, dBA and dBc, which I have done multiple times, I always get higher readings with the dBc filter. Why is that important? Because low frequencies below 1000 hertz are what is contributing to the huge annoyance factor that human beings are experiencing. If you look in any of the literature, you're going to find it's low frequencies are what drives annoyance. So, I would argue also, there was a comment earlier that we live in 75 decibels of noise. As soon as I heard that, I thought, oh my goodness. I walked outside, I took a reading right now with lots of birds singing, lots of wind in the trees. I got a 46.7 dBA reading from my deck. I do not live in 75 dB of noise. Maybe in a busy signal during the day, during the day, people might have to live with that. But that is not what we live with here. And as a professional in schools, I am requested to go in and get the classroom ambient, empty classroom ambient noise level down to 35 dBA.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
I can. So I'm not only concerned about humans and wildlife, I've done a fair amount of research. If you please, I would encourage you to read my letter. There is study right now of oysters. Pacific oysters have been studied a great deal, and they are shown to be impacted by low frequency noise. They open up, they spawn at the wrong time. A low frequency noise will make them open and be susceptible to predators. I think that we already know that there is a huge impact on marine mammals and birds. There's lots of studies out there that talk about the impact of noise on these creatures. So it's not only humans that I'm worried about. We don't see, we don't taste noise pollution, but it is an environmental form of air pollution. It is very significant, just as is air and water pollution. And I feel we have a responsibility. So thank you for letting me speak to this, to protect all of Maine's citizens and our wildlife with the laws we enact. And I support this law. I think it's a good beginning, but I think we must continue to look into research and ensure that we are not actually harming the very creatures that you are trying to protect the harvesters to be able to harvest, because I think that might be something we could learn in the future because of the low frequency noise. So thank you so much for letting me speak.
Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your testimony today. And my question to you, seeing as how you're an audiologist, or word all, probably one of those things, if once an audiologist, always an audiologist. And it goes to which is heavier, 10 pounds of gold or 10 pounds of feather? Is there a certain type of noise that is, we'll call it, more irritating than others, where you might hear something at a 80 decibel level that is acceptable, but yet an 80 decibel airboat sound still grinds on you?
I don't know that I can fully answer that, but if you look into the research into annoyance, and there's many articles that are scholarly articles written about this from university studies, annoyance really is most increased by the presence of low frequency noise, and that would be 1,000 hertz and below. Humans hearing and you go have your hearing tested, we're going to test you from 250 to 8,000 hertz, but we actually can hear a much broader frequency range than that. It's confusing in terms of trying to describe this.
Based from rock concerts.
Yeah. So I think that 80 dB, you're right, isn't necessarily 80 dB in terms of the impact on your body. There are medical studies that have shown actual impact on people's organs from lower frequency sounds than higher frequency sounds. So I'm sorry, that's too long and not very specific, but thank you for asking.
Well, may I ask a quick follow-up, Mr.
Sure.
Chair?
Sure.
Do we know where airboats fall in that frequency scale?
We don't, and that's why, I have not been able to find studies. Well, there was one study out of Tortuga in Florida done a long time ago at the very beginning of the Everglades fight, the national parks fight to eliminate airboats from their soundscape, because the soundscape for humans and wildlife was being destroyed. And there is that study, I know, does have spectral analysis of airboat noise that does show a larger low frequency component. But of course, every airboat does not generate the exact same noise. Some are, just as in lawnmowers, somebody mentioned earlier, we have done a lot of work to make them less hazardous in terms of the noise that they emit. This has not been done with airboats. Nobody's ever seemed to care about that. And there are things that can be done to change the sound. But is the industry looking into it? It's going to be the industry that makes them that probably has to do that. I can share that earlier study with you, the reference for that, if you would like, that has the spectral analysis of the boats that they study. But that would be another study we could do on our boats in our future, looking at this.
Interesting perspective. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Senator Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for giving testimony today. Can you tell me, does the DBC measurement, is that like the DBA in that it's a perceived doubling of sound every 10 for every 10 measures? Is that the same? Is that accurate?
Yeah. Okay. So a decibel is a decibel. I mean, decibels are readings of sound pressure level. The different scales that exist are filtered of the broad frequency response that we are trying to measure. So dB, if you have like from 10 hertz to 20,000 hertz, and then you limit it from 1,000 up to 8,000, that's your dBA scale. If you then add down to 20 hertz, which is lower frequencies added, you're still measuring the high, but you're adding the low. That's the DBC scale, okay? Mm-hmm. The perceived 10 dB increase giving you a perception that it's twice as loud, that is based on human hearing, which is more the mid-frequency range. And it is also based on a different scale that we've never talked about that I use in the test booth. If you've ever had your hearing tested and you get a thing called an audiogram that plots your hearing, that's a dBHL scale. There's tons of different dB scales. So that's why it's confusing. It's been a fun career to be in this field. So
Thank you very much for the education.
Senator Miramont.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying today. You said a decibel is a decibel, but there's high and low frequencies. I think this comes down to two issues, even though it's been said three. There's unmuffled sound or badly muffled sound, and then there is transmission, but that controls speed, and the propeller, which is what is turning and generating noise. But both of those factors are tip speed and going supersonic, which is a terrible thing, whether it's an airboat or an airplane. So where would that fall in your high and low frequencies, since dB is a dB? Briefly, please.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I quite get the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Forget all the other. The tip of a propeller is going supersonic. That's where really bad noise happens. In airplanes, we can control the speed of the propeller and reduce the noise that's so annoying to people around. Is that a high or low frequency sound that's being generated by the propeller tip going supersonic?
I think that is a very high frequency sound, not an authority on supersonic sound, but when it breaks the sound barrier. I believe that's extremely high frequency, but I'm not sure.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Would that, thank you, Mr. Chair, would that be the same in measuring it, whether it was a high frequency or a low frequency? You get back to your dB is a dB. That's okay. The department may be able to bring that information to the work session.
Yeah, when we look at sound, we don't just measure sound. We also do spectral analysis of sound. Spectral analysis is measuring the frequencies, okay? And in the field of engineering, sound engineering, they measure the frequency, they measure the decibels that are being emitted, and then they engineer controls to reduce noise levels. You know, it might be a muffler on an engine, it might be blade and vibration, decking. It could be engine silencing. In hearing aids, the engineering is that you can, you know, if you hear of people who have squealing coming out of their hearing aids, that's acoustic feedback. You make another sound that actually cancels that sound. So there's noise canceling engineering. There's all different kinds of approaches to reducing sound. And I believe that it just hasn't been looked at in airboats, because you probably could muffle in some ways or create a sound that actually changes the other sound and eliminates it. It's like the study of reverberation and noise cancellation. It's a big science, and I don't know all of it. I'm a hearing specialist, so.
Okay, thank you.
Another specialist in to answer some of your questions, but thank you for the opportunity to try.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And next is Robin Hadlock Seeley.
Good morning, committee co-chairs and members of the Joint Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife and the Joint Committee on Marine Resources. I am Dr. Robin Hadlock Seeley, a retired marine biologist, born and raised in Freeport near the Harrisicot River. I now live in Pembroke on Cobscook Bay. As a biologist, I had study areas in Freeport, Brunswick, and Harpswell, and in Cobscook Bay. And I listened to all the airboat consensus group meetings. Mr. Chair, would you allow me to share my screen and show a map?
Normally we don't do sharing, so.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yep.
It's in my written testimony.
Okay.
I have submitted written testimony urging you to support LD 89 because it is the only one of the two bills to mention studies of airboat noise impacts on wildlife. As of 9 a.m. this morning, 64 individuals had submitted testimony on LD 89, and 52% of the submissions mentioned concerns about impacts of airboat noise on wildlife. Some of these submissions mentioned specifically incidents they observed, the witnesses observed, when birds were flushed and scattered, and many of them mentioned specific birds of concern: eagles, ospreys, herons, and shorebirds. The state of Maine has a mechanism for protecting wildlife. The Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife has spent a lot of staff effort, not to mention money, creating Maine's wildlife plan, which lists species of greatest conservation need, and creating maps that show significant wildlife habitat areas across the state. And it is IFNW's mission to protect wildlife. The citizens cherish and want to protect wildlife, as does the state. This cannot be ignored in these bills. I have suggested wording for a future bill that would add some protections to migrating shorebirds, for example, that have declined in Maine and are the state's SGCN list. And on my second topic, the airboat operators have mentioned many times the problem of shoreline access, and this is really a problem. It is a problem, but one that should be addressed head on. LD 89 provides for that. In Cobscook Bay, we also have the problem of shore access points disappearing, but that problem is being solved not with the use of airboats, but with a joint community effort between conservation groups, land trusts, and fishermen to identify important access points and preserve them. LD 89 would allow for these conversations about access to take place, and it is a very important conversation. And thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Seeley? All right, seeing none, again, thank you. Next is Alan Voskian, followed by Alan Weiner, Amanda Berry, and Ethan Elkhorn.
Thank you. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak to the Joint Committee today. I'm a resident of Freeport, and I live about a mile from the Harrisicot River, or Freeport Harbor, so I'm not a waterfront resident. The airboats operating from Winslow Park to harvest in the Harrisicot River are very evident from my house, despite the distance, but during the daytime, it's within acceptable limits. It's like other construction equipment may be going on in the area. On the water in the harbor, however, an operating airboat will interrupt conversations, require ending telephone calls until the airboat either is upriver or powers down at Winslow Park. And again, on the water and even at my house, I can hear them from when they start up at Winslow Park all the way transiting along the park and going into the river until they get a fair way upriver. I have no interest in stopping commercial clamming in the river, stopping airboats per se, or any other commercial workboats. But neither do I believe that the profit motives of a very few people should supersede the rest of the community. Yes, Maine is was built on the working waterfront and continues to be a significant major part of the economic health of the state. But so is residents and the state motto of life the way it should be. The legislature carved out airboats from the noise limits which apply to all other watercraft, assumedly to recognize that airboats are uniquely loud. It seems exceptional that if a regulation limiting a public disturbance is long in place, when a new higher level source of public disturbance is recognized, it is just removed from the long-standing regulation with the apparent intention to allow this new source to create a higher level of public disturbance than any other source. And I'm concerned that this is a precedent that the legislature may follow in the future. The temporary daytime noise limits proposed in LD 114, which I oppose, are higher than all of the readings taken by DMR in the July 2020 tests in, I believe it was in Harpswell, and in the consensus group demonstration in February 2021 in Freeport Harbor. In contrast, the more tolerable daytime noise limits proposed in LD 89, which I do support, are still above all but 2 of the shoreline readings taken by DMR in those 2 tests. I do not see why the higher noise limits, almost 2 times the noise level in LD 114, should be allowed. It's been demonstrated that airboats can operate safely within the proposed limits in at least daytime limits within LD 89. And many of the airboats can operate within even the nighttime limits proposed in LD 89.
Could you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Yeah, the lower limits in LD 89 seem to have very limited impact on daytime shellfish harvesting and using airboats while minimizing the public disturbance. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next is Alan Weiner.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of order?
Who just brought that up?
That was me.
Yes.
Just a point of order. Have we officially combined these bills 89 and 114?
No, we have not.
We're having a lot of mixed testimony. Can we please keep the testimony to one bill or the other?
We will certainly try to do that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Weiner, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Chairman Dylan Landry, I would like to thank you for, and the members of the committee for addressing this issue on behalf of all of our concerned citizens. My statements today actually represent the views of myself and my life partner, Susan Lamb. We've lived on the water's edge here on the west shore of Wolf Neck Peninsula in Freeport for 50 years. And until 3 years ago, it was a fairly tranquil and peaceful oasis. But that's when the airboat noise began to disturb the peace, interrupt our sleep, not just our sleep, but the sleep of our family, guests, and sometimes as early as 3 a.m. And also we noticed an alteration in the wildlife and the environment. We noticed fewer sightings of eagles, osprey, seals, and even herons. Currently, only 2 airboats use the Harrisicot River. As this number may increase, I think it's imperative that a reasonable compromise be established, one that balances the need for commercial clam harvesters to access the mudflats with the right of coastal landowners and wildlife not to be accosted by offensive, disruptive, and unhelpful noise. So peaceful coexistence is the goal. We are also concerned about future proliferation of airboat noise on all the waterways throughout the state if their use is allowed for recreation and tourism. In consideration of the need for airboats to peacefully coexist with residents and wildlife, we believe that LD 89 is a reasonable compromise. The noise levels proposed in LD 89 are consistent with the demonstration tests performed in Freeport on February 8th of this year. LD 89 would also provide relief from excessive noise in the early morning hours, avoiding sleep interruption of residents in proximity to the shorelines. LD 89 also will have no impact on others on the working waterfront. This is not a slippery slope suggested by Commissioner Kelleher. We support LD 89 because it provides a reasonable balance between airboat noise, residents, and wildlife on and around Maine's waterways. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Amanda Berry.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Berry. I am a longtime Freeport resident, and I'm so grateful for everyone's work on these issues. I live down, I actually live very close to the mud flats on the marsh. And since the beginning of this, it's been about 8 years now. My daughter is 8. So we started with my babies being woken up in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, in the morning. Then we had another kid. So same thing with that. I mean, windows closed, dead sleep, babies awake, screaming because of the airboat. That people who do not experience airboats, we cannot emphasize how deeply painful and impactful it is. I am a nurse practitioner and I work since the pandemic, all telemedicine at home. With my windows closed, I cannot work because the noise is so loud. I have to pause everyone, put everyone on hold, wait for the airboat to do their thing. Then we have a couple of minutes and then they'll move again. So I just want to beg everyone to try to understand the position that people not only on the waterfront, but people inland, a couple miles inland, are dealing with. And I've been a working waterfront person. My husband works in shellfish very closely with harvesters. And so we are a big supporter of the working waterfront. We love clamming. We clam in front of our house. We're friends with clammers. But the airboats are a whole different can of worms. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, next is Severin Fleming.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi there. My name is Severin Fleming. I live on Cobscook Bay, where I run an organic farm and agritourism site on the water. I also raise oysters and seaweed in Cobscook Bay on the end of a cove. I heard the videos of the airboats and I wanted to testify opposed. Oh God, let me look at the right screen so I can remember the frigging numbers. I'll get my.
Yeah, we're on LD 89 at the moment.
I messed it up, but I will transmit the essence of my testimony now, which is we had 1,300 people come to stay at the farm last year to learn about small farming and diversified organic farming in Maine and to participate in recreational activities in the forest and on the shorefront to learn about the ecology of the intertidal. And all of those people made comments that how wonderfully quiet it was and how many birds there are and what a pleasure to be in Cobscook Bay. And I know from when I go down and visit in Penobscot Bay, it's a lot louder in Penobscot Bay and there are less fish. I mean, there are less birds. So when I heard those big boats and I knew that this was an issue that affected all of Maine, I wanted to bring some testimony from the far reaches where, it doesn't occur to us that we would have to listen to these kinds of loud noises but I have friends in the seaweed community who are in places where there's been fierce debate about jet skis and debate about whale watching and other provocation of marine mammals. And so I know that this is an issue that we have to be attentive to and protective of these animals. The testimony about the low frequency noise was very interesting to me because I've been studying this issue of these last remaining right whales who come and visit our area. There's mothers who come and fatten up in Cobscook, at the mouth of Cobscook especially, before they go and have their babies. And these are some of the last of these mammals on Earth. And so I think that trying to prove harm, that is not an option anymore. I think we need to be extremely precautionary in the way that we approach the life that remains in the sea that we cherish. So I'm officially, my written testimony tells which one I'm opposed to and which one I'm for. And I'm sorry, I got the numbers confused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Again, Representative Alley.
I was just wondering, did I understand her right when she said that they was right whales and babies down in Cobscook?
No, they're not having their babies in Cobscook. They're fattening up in order to breed. They come up there to fatten off our bay.
And you're sure that they're the right whales?
Well, they're mostly minke whales and fin whales, and there's humpback whales, and there's lots and lots of porpoises. But what I read is that they're coming all the way up, and they're going up around Nova Scotia, and they're endangered by all the fishing gear in the water, and they're endangered by more and more human activity. And that's the topic tomorrow of a bill that's about reducing the scale of permits for aquaculture, is also that there shouldn't be so much gear in the water. So that's
and right now
something
we're
I'm
on
just
noise.
learning about, but I bring it up because nobody brought it up yet.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Thank you.
I just said that we're on the wrong bill here, so thank you. We have 5 people left to testify, 1 more for and then 4 against, and then we're going to break for lunch just so you have a time frame. So that should be somewhere in the next 15 minutes. We will be taking a break. So the next person is Tom Adamo. Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Adamo?
I need to turn on my camera. Sorry about that.
Yeah, well, we can hear you at least, so.
Well, there's my mug. I am a retired psychology professor, director of counseling and private practitioner. As a professor, the most relevant curricula as it relates to this legislation is teaching environmental psychology and group dynamics. As a director of counseling and private practitioner, I have extensive experience in conflict resolution. As a faculty member, I was a chairperson of a negotiating committee and MSCA local chapter president, working on collective bargaining agreements, and have similar roles as chairperson of a local school committee. With this as a backdrop, I would submit the following. Environmental conflict, whether it be over issues in the domain of the natural world or workplace conditions, is the most difficult conflict to manage and resolve. A mutually agreeable and partially satisfying resolution is the only outcome which leads to consistent, universal, and sustainable compliance with said outcome. This process is time-consuming as coalitions, whether they be dictated by positions of authority, DMR, Inland Fish and Wildlife, as example, labor forces, the clam diggers, or issue proponents for change, riparian owners, environmentalists, birders, or other public trust users are the main obstacles to productive resolution. Based on those three comments, I commend the participants of the consensus building team for the valiant yet unsuccessful effort. Based on my professional and personal experience, the lack of success is based on the process used. Each coalition has what is called a hidden agenda, which is not a derogatory term, but is a position on a given issue driven by roles outside the process or by holding membership positions within a said coalition. Therefore, I strongly suggest that the consensus building team continue its work, but employ an outside facilitator who has only agenda is that of achieving a mutually agreeable and partially satisfying resolution. He or she is never objective, but at least aware of their own subjectivities and place resolutions above their own biases. Relative to the conflict at hand, I do not believe that LD 89 or 114 should become law, as imposing either on the parties involved will not gain a conflict-free environment going forward. So might I be bold enough to suggest that these proposals be tabled and that the consensus building team continue its work. We are a town meeting state, and as such, we must continue the hard work necessary to leave the negotiating table with the feeling that I did not screw the other side, nor was I screwed, pardon my expression. This is the only way. Laws are accommodated to because one believes they are fair and just. Let's not create another law for which compliance is based on not getting caught or changed by going to a higher level of adjudication. My biases are as follows. Clam diggers
Could you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Clam diggers have a right to make a living, and they must remember always who is it that buys the clams. And airboats are noisy. I was on one in the Everglades and was given ear protectors to wear. The earmuffs were not because it was cold. I watched the launch of an airboat on YouTube, and my computer speakers were moving due to the intensity of the sound. I am almost done. New landowners have purchased their land from someone, and we check the records. And if we check the records at some time, we will find out those who were the sellers were from Maine. New landowners must remember that a lifestyle was alive and well before their arrival. Clam diggers must acknowledge that new landowners are vital contributors to the community in which they live. We are all from somewhere else. Some of us have been in Maine longer than some Mainers are old. I worry about the last clam. Then what? Worldwide, the bird population has decreased by 40%. One can do the research. If this continues, what's next? I would like to just comment very briefly on some of the other comments.
You're well over your time. Just one sentence.
Mr. Peabody talked about social tolerance. In marriage counseling, we used to talk about crumb tolerance. That is, how many crumbs to the square foot on the kitchen counter before we have an argument. I think it's important that we figure out a way of coming together to solve these problems, to find our common interests and our common values, and work in a fashion which allows us to walk away from that table feeling mutually agreed to, and partially satisfied. Thank you all for your good work. I appreciate this opportunity. Keep up the struggle.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. We will turn to against, and the first person we have is Cody Gillis. Cody, can you unmute yourself? Did we just lose Cody?
There, I'm sorry about that.
All right.
Good morning. I am Cody Gillis, Chairman of the Brunswick Marine Resources Committee. I'm also a shellfish harvester who utilizes an airboat to make my living. Maine is historically a working waterfront, and due to overdevelopment, loss of shore access, the clearing of trees from our shores, our working waterfront is at risk. The shellfish harvesting community has turned to the use of airboats to guarantee us access and ensure our ability to make a living. There are many harvesters in the area who do not own an airboat, but ride in them to get to the clam flats. Due to our loss of access, it's not possible for us anymore to walk in to the mud flats on early morning tides. We could use a skiff, but it would require us to leave at 2:30, 3:30 in the morning, which is really not feasible navigating through the dark out in the water. I will also add, as far as noise is concerned, I dig almost every day. The amount of building that is going on around our shores, the noise from that, I will dig a 6-hour tide. It's all I hear. Chainsaws, concrete, I mean, everything, building, hammers. It's constant. Airboats generally drive for 20 minutes a day. So I think there needs to be some consideration of the other ambient noises in the area. These bills will set a precedent against the commercial fishing community. Lobstering and lobster boats will be next on the chopping block. I believe that there are tools at the municipal level that act not only as a conservation measure, but as a way to decrease the sound around the shores and give people some relief. Thank you, and I believe that LD 89 ought not have passed due to the negative economic impacts of the commercial fishing community, as well as the challenges of the enforcement of such a law.
Thank you. Are there any
Thank you.
questions? Are there any questions for Mr. Gillis? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Matt Gilly.
Can everyone hear me?
There's a question there.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Who's got the hand up? Couple.
Representative Mason does.
All right. Sorry about that, Representative. I don't see your hand, but go ahead.
I do have it up, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct this to Mr. Gillis, that just testified.
Yep.
Is he still there? The airboats, are they used mostly, when are they used mostly? Is it a year-round process, or is it mostly in the summer?
There's a number of people that will dig consistently through the fall, winter, and spring. The most of the airboat use is in the summertime. And I'll also add that these vessels are strictly used for commercial purposes. They're not recreational.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gillis. There was a question asked earlier, and it wasn't answered. And I'm wondering if you know the answer to this. Is there a level at which to lift the airboat off the flats? Do you have any idea what the decibel level is on that?
I cannot speak for the specific decibel level. I will say that typically at the end of the tide, the airboat's been sitting there for a while. There's an amount of suction to the bottom of the boat, to the mud. Generally, your loudest levels will be trying to free it off of that mud. And then once you get moving, obviously, you can back off your RPM, the sound will drop.
Thank you.
All right. Representative McDonald, you all set?
I am, thank you. That was the same question I had. It is my understanding that airboats are loudest when they first start, and then that's really it for the rest of the day. Is that correct, Mr. Gillis?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Hutchins. You're muted, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only live about 150 feet from the high water mark, and the airboats that have been in the flats in front of my house, maybe 200 feet further than that, so probably 350 feet away. And unfortunately, with green crabs, they're not there anymore because the clams are gone. Hopefully, they'll be back. But my point in this is the thing that Cody just mentioned, the once the airboat sets for a short period of time or for an hour or so, it does have a tendency to have some suction. And so that initial high RPM does make for quite a lot more noise. But at 350 or 400 feet away, I never thought it was anything that objectionable, except, if it was constant, it would be one thing, but it's only usually a matter of a few seconds or at most a minute or two. And it is a tremendous asset to hardworking people that otherwise have a much harder job of getting to their product. Thank you.
Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Senator. Actually, Mr. Gillis, could you go through the sequence of amount of time that we're talking that this noise that they're complaining about? I mean, is it going on for an hour, or is it like a minute and then it quiets down and then 20 minutes later it's another minute? I'd like to hear the sequence of the noise that's so appalling to these people, because I haven't heard anybody say, other than they hear a noise and it disturbs them. But how long of a period of time are we talking? Because like if a bunch of hunters set up in front of them duck hunting, which I duck hunt, and we had 4 guys out there shooting 3 rounds apiece, that's pretty impactful. Trust me, and it's louder than your airboat. So I'm just kind of wondering what the sequence of noise that they're complaining about.
Yeah, thank you. When we launch, there's usually a warm-up period. We'll idle away from the boat ramp, try to get as far away from the shore as possible if you're in deep water. You throttle up, not probably full throttle, but as much as you can give it. As soon as that boat is up on plane, you drop the throttle back and you maintain a cruising speed. The farthest run in town might be maybe 15 minutes. When you get to your area that you're going to dig, and most of these guys, right where they're going to go, they're not going to move. The airboat shuts down. There's between 4 and 6 hours of silence. The airboat starts up again. You break it free from the mud flat. You accelerate to get it up on plane, back the throttle off. Go back into the landing, throttle it down. And then, a lot of people in town in the deep water launches, they don't power load. One boat ramp we have in town it's a high water launch, really. At low water, it's nothing but a mud flat. That particular circumstance, when they launch, they have to throttle up to get it out of the mud hole at the end of that ramp. And then once they're moving, they back right off on the throttle. These boats, if you go too fast across mud, it can create an unsafe situation. Most of the people that go across mud, you're only going maybe 10 miles an hour. It's just enough speed to control the boat. And obviously, as it's been previously stated, if you don't have any throttle, you have no steering. Your steering is directly related to your prop speed.
Are there any other questions? Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Mr. Gillis, in some of the testimonies, what I've heard is that there are several boats working the area. One in particular is offensive. Is it a difference in the style of the propeller or the pitch? 2 or 3 times I've heard this come up, that there's one particularly offensive boat. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you. Every single airboat up and down the coast of Maine, in Florida, it doesn't matter where it is, they're all set up differently. You have direct drive setups, you have gear reduction, belt reduction, different engines. Some of them use an aircraft engine, some of them use a regular automotive engine. The hull shape is different on all of them. What kind of bottom it has. Is it a rounded? Is it a hard chine? Does it have a low friction coating on it? Is there poly on the bottom of it? Each one of these things determines how the vessel is set up for, its prime efficiency. There are some boats that are not efficient. They have not been well maintained. And I think that needs to be addressed. I don't think that doing a mass law like this would really address that. I think it needs to be more within the community. Hey, you need to fix your airboat to get it quieted down, make that run more efficiently. Prop pitch as well, that's different between every boat.
Would some kind of an inspection program alleviate some of those problems?
I can't say for sure. It might be a good step, be sure you have a good functioning exhaust system. Be sure that, your bottom doesn't have holes through it, so it's creating extra drag. I mean, that could be an option that should be discussed possibly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Matt Gilly.
Can everyone hear me all right? Yep. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. I'm a lobsterman. I'm not a clam digger. I never have been, but I'm a lifetime resident of the town of Hartsville. My family actually owns property at the head of the harbor here. I'm sitting here right now looking out at the harbor at all the boats. I myself own a lobster boat as well as a pogie boat, and I see this as a slippery slope that's gonna come towards pogie boats and lobster boats. I say that because I have personally been subjected to that. My pogie boat has a straight pipe 671 Detroit engine in it. It, I know for a fact, is louder than the airboats in the area. When I go out and pogie and I find a school of pogies and I have to set on them, I have to accelerate and give the engine throttle, which makes it loud. Now I've had airboats go by me and I don't even hear them. People have complained. I've tried mufflers. I lose the power when I add a muffler, so I'm not able to do that because I'm not able to get around the fish in a efficient manner. And I've watched the coastline in my town be bought up and us lose access to the water. And I think that's one of the main reasons that you're seeing more and more airboats now is these clam diggers don't have the walking access that they used to, and they've had to go about getting other means to access the tidal areas where they dig. And I've had complaints, like I said, about my lobster boat. I've had complaints that the lights on my boat are too bright, even though by law I have to leave them on because my mast is so tall. People come from out of state, buy these houses, and they don't understand that this is a working waterfront that's been working like this for 200 years. It's frustrating to see people come in and try to change something that's been like this for a couple hundred years. I think we need to start educating people before they move here of what goes on so we don't run into these problems and have these conflicts. I think people are naive. They see the beautiful view, they see the pretty boats, but they don't understand these boats make noise. These people have to work and make a living, and it just seems like I'm spending more time testifying on bills in the last few years that are trying to chip away my livelihood than I am actually participating in making my living. That's all I have for today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative McDonald. You had a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Gilly. Can you tell me, is your pogie boat U.S. Coast Guard documented or is it state registered?
My pogie boat is state registered, so I believe that I wouldn't be covered under the exemption because I'm registered. My lobster boat is documented, so that would be covered.
So thank you. As a clarifying question for Deputy Commissioner Peabody, if I could.
Certainly.
You did say at the beginning of this hearing, right, that state registered boats would not be exempted under Maine statute for noise level.
All state registered boats, that's correct, would fall under the Maine statute.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Gilly? Representative Terrio.
Thank you. I actually have a comment as much as a question for him, Mr. Gilly. I've owned a property in South Addison for 35 years, and I'm 75 feet from the water. So I've had a lobsterman come up to me and hand me lobsters off his boat. That's how close the lobstermen have come to my shore. I have deep water, so I don't have the mud flats that the airboats do. And I can tell you at 4 o'clock in the morning, the lobster boats wake me up every morning. And you know what? I have not complained for 35 years. I realize where I am and what I'm doing. So it's really saddened me to hear all these complaints about people living on the ocean and not realizing that people have to go out there and make a living. I agree with what you said 100%. So thank you for testifying.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Gilly?
Can I possibly add one more thing?
Yes, go ahead.
I just when everyone was speaking, I looked up some things that are around that 90 decibel level. If you mow your lawn, that's 100 decibels. If you listen to a Walkman, that's 100 decibels on half volume. So I mean, it seems like we're just nitpicking here at this point.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gilly. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, then we'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Ben Martins.
Actually, Douglas Nivens, I believe, is next.
Oh, okay. I don't see the list here, Linda.
That's what I thought.
Okay, you want to bring him in?
He should be in.
I don't see him, but go ahead.
Let me see, search. He is in. I just don't know where.
I don't either.
If you're there, speak.
Mr. Niven, you're on mute. Mr. Niven? I don't see him or hear him, Linda.
Okay.
Okay, I do see Mr. Martins. And he's mute, okay.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I do, on my screen, I do see Doug on here. And so maybe he can figure out the mute, unmute while I speak. So thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ben Martens, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association. And we're an industry-based nonprofit that identifies and fosters ways to restore the fisheries of the Gulf of Maine and sustain Maine's historic fishing communities for future generations. And so in 2020, we completed a State of Maine's Working Waterfront report, which surveyed a collection of communities to better understand the threats facing Maine's working waterfront. And we looked at both infrastructure and access. And what we found was that both components of the working waterfront are under increasing threat as the coast is developed and gentrified. This is only increased under the COVID kind of development push and flow of people into the coastal community, especially in the mid-coast, when we're seeing a lot of these issues popping up about co-use. And so this increasing transition of coastal properties also means that Maine fishermen, especially those who harvest the intertidal, have lost a lot of the direct coastal access to the fishing areas that they need access to make a living. And that's where we started to see these airboats become increasingly important as tools to manage the resource, support the harvesters, and ensure that we get the best quality seafood delivered back to the shore. And so these aren't a tool that everybody needs, but they're definitely a tool that some people need. And taking that tool out of the toolbox for these individuals who are just trying to make a living without doing the putting the proper process in place to better understand the real impact, the noise levels, what these things look like. It seems as though we're putting the cart in front of the horse. And so we are opposed to the current bills because we don't believe that we're at the point right now to make really important decisions. It sounds as though we are using a sledgehammer to be the tool when something much more pointed and process driven could help support the residents who do have some justifiable complaints, I believe. And so we want everybody to be heard. We are all friends and neighbors along our coast. And if we cannot coexist, if we can't find a way to coexist, things are only going to get worse. This bill, if we gets shot down now, it's going to be brought up in the next session. And so we firmly believe that at this point, we should be taking decibel levels off the table when it comes to determining next steps of this bill or any additional bills. We should be having a comprehensive study done that looks at noise levels and better understand what realistic decibel levels are so that we can understand where the outliers are in this process, and really including what it looks like when a boat is fully loaded, when it's idling, different makes and models and what they're operating under in different conditions. Those are all really important things to understand before we start setting decibel levels that could really impact individuals' businesses. And so we also would like to see that the working group continue, and that one of the things that can be really valuable about this is having these people come together, build the consensus working group into a way to solve our problems, and have interim guidelines that are jointly developed that form and build good operating procedures that the parties can adhere to, and work collaboratively to respond to those that are outside the norms within the industry. And so the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association is happy to participate and help bring some of these people together, push the conversations forward in any ways that can be productive. We only work with a handful of those in the intertidal in the mid-coast area, but there's a lot of concerns that have been filtering into our organization over the past few weeks as this has become a bigger and bigger issue, and folks are worried about the impacts that this might have on other parts of our fishing industry throughout the coast as we start talking about decibel levels, access, etc. So thank you for the time. I really appreciate all the time and energy you guys are putting into this. It's an important issue, and we're looking forward to being a part of the process moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martins. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Martins? Seeing none from here. Linda, can we get Mr. Niven in?
Mr. Niven is in as a participant. I just don't know where he is, or if he's been able to unmute there. Perhaps he can speak to us.
Mr. Niven? Well,
I did move him in.
Yeah, I see his name. It's just that it looks like he's muted.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can get him in after lunch, if that be the case. Do you have anybody else to come in, Linda?
No, that's everybody on my list that is signed up for today.
Okay, well, why don't we take a lunch break till 1:30? Might as well round it off. And Senator Terrio?
I'm still a representative, but what you want?
Oh, I try to promote you every time. I never accept.
More pay.
You want me to keep going with the next 114?
Pardon? Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can do that. So Linda, you're gonna have to make me some kind of a, whatever.
Co-host.
Co-host, thank you.
And he can be a senator then if he wants.
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll see you all at 1:30.
So you're gonna close the hearing on 89? You gotta do that, I think.
Do we have any other testimony on it?
No.
Okay, well, I guess we'd better close it then, and we'll see you at 1:30. Closing the hearing on LD 89, and we'll be back.
We're gonna go for lunch and then we'll come back with 114.
Yes.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you.
Wow.
Linda, have you made me a host?
I think I did.
Okay. What does that do? Since I've never been the host.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, what does that allow me to do? Because I don't see anything different.
You should be able to see the attendees in the waiting room. And I thought Senator Dill said he was coming back.
Well, he's hoping to be back.
Oh, I see. Okay. I had sent out an email to you and to Rep. Landry and to Senator Dill regarding some people who were unable to testify this morning, and also someone who needs to leave at a certain time this afternoon.
Okay.
And you might be able to see attendees and panelists together if you go down to participants and click on that.
Okay.
And it should pop up to 2 different lists. And at the top, you click either panelists or attendees.
Okay. There's 22 panelists and 17 attendees.
You got it.
Okay.
Now you can do everything I can do.
All right. Oh, wow. Don't bet on that.
Oh, no.
I'm going to test you.
Make you king of the world, Tim. So
Just stop right now, Lester.
And I need to step away for one moment. I'll be right back.
All right.
You're on your own, Tim.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sherm.
yeah, watch this, Tim. I'm right here for you.
I appreciate that, Lester.
I think we already discussed that Tim's next occupation was going to be an IT specialist.
Oh, absolutely. That's my favorite thing. I guarantee it. Wow.
So is 114 going to be as fun as 89 was?
I don't know. We have a lot of people that want to speak about it, so. We need to get a quorum though. We don't have a quorum yet. Need a senator. Is Senator Curry coming, I hope?
Yeah. We do need a senator.
Well, only to vote. We can have the hearing without one.
You sure?
I'm pretty
You
sure.
don't even know. You don't even know. You made that up.
Pretty sure Scott appointed you a senator right before he left, so we should be good to go.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, holy cow, I was promoted. Yeah, I forgot about that. You ready, Linda? You're muted.
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, so it is 1:30 and I guess we will get started. I am Tim Terrio and I am on the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee, and I will be hosting this work session for LD 114. It's another airboats concept draft. And
session.
Pardon me? And I'm gonna try, let's see. So we'll open up the hearing and I have Peter Joseph, Alfred Boskins, and Andrew Dodgson. And they can start.
Are you going to let me present the bill first?
Pardon me?
Are you going to let me present the bill first?
I thought this was, oh, there you go. Yeah. Why don't we do that?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was told it was a work session, but you're right. We haven't even heard this bill yet. That's
No.
right.
No. You ready for me?
Yes, I am. Go right for it.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, stop.
Senator Dill, Representative Landry, Representative Terrio, esteemed members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee, thank you for inviting the Marine Resources Committee to join you for today's public hearing. I'm Jay McCrate, representative for House District 51, Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick. Here to offer my proposal regarding airboats, LD 114, an act to address airboat operation in the state. You heard the great report back earlier today, so I am not intending to repeat history that you've already heard, but to pick up where that left off. The proposal I put before you captures work done during the 2 rulemaking efforts and other discussions over about the issue over the last 3 years. It's the result of collaboration by and with both departments. Unfortunately, because neither rulemaking effort was successful, this proposal is offered to the committee for your consideration as you take up the work still needed. I want to thank both commissioners and their staff for working closely with me. And of course, I thank your analyst, John Clark, for working with me on the language that is before you in LD 114. I can't think of a more collaborative process than the efforts undertaken by the departments of IFW and Marine Resources to thread the needle on this issue. The goal has always been to find a compromise that will address coastal landowners' concerns with the noise generated by these unique watercraft, while at the same time protecting shellfish harvesters' access to the coastal tidal areas or flats, so that they can continue to harvest, continue their conservation work for the health of this important natural resource, and of course, to earn a living. Imagine farmers who can't get to their fields. As access to the flats has decreased and been restricted by more and more shoreline development, some harvesters have, by necessity, turned to airboats. Their unique design means that harvesters can get to and move on the flats to do their work. They are part of our critical working waterfront that we must support and preserve. Airboats are also used by some municipalities for shellfish management and emergency response, but the work leading up to this proposal and what I offer for your consideration today focuses on their use for shellfish harvesting, though I have to stress that in both cases, they have become an important tool. I understand, well, I was here, I heard that you heard another bill that uses language from my amendment, but that has a very different intent than finding the balance I've worked toward ever since this effort started. To turn to the language of LD 114, Section 1 is offered for consideration as a temporary measure and would establish decibel levels for airboats in the state. It sets out a lower decibel level from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and sets a maximum decibel level overall. Importantly, it includes a sunset provision. The decibel levels suggested here reflect the discussions held by the consensus rulemaking group. I ask that if the committee decides to include Section 1's decibel levels, those suggested are a place to start, a compromise to responding to property owners' concerns while at the same time protecting access to the flats and our working waterfront. Harvesters have stated multiple times, we want to be good neighbors and we need to earn a living. They did agree to these levels, including the lower decibel level in the evening to early morning hours as a temporary measure. Their effort at compromise must not be ignored. Unfortunately, at the last moments of the consensus rulemaking process, when it looked like the group might have achieved the goal of consensus, this compromise was rejected. I want to point out that there are many, including municipalities I represent, and that you've heard from today, who strongly feel that no level should be set at all, or at the very least, not until the sound data gathering is concluded. And I encourage you to consider that option seriously. However, should the committee decide to include temporary decibel levels, I'd urge that those levels be reasonable and achievable, and certainly no lower than those offered here. Section 2 of the amendment before you includes a stakeholders group to be convened and staffed by IFW and Marine Resources commissioners, and to include a Marine Patrol officer, a Maine game warden, 3 coastal property owners, 3 shellfish harvesters, 2 municipal shellfish officers, and 2 coastal municipal administrators. Their task is to continue to work to address this complex issue fairly and reasonably. The bill also tasks the stakeholder group to examine and develop findings and recommendations around establishing and restoring harvester access to the flats, mechanical adjustments and operational techniques for lowering the operational decibel levels of airboats, and appropriate training and equipment for state and municipal law enforcement officers. Section 2 also provides that the commissioners of the two departments will continue to provide for the study of sound levels for airboats in various conditions. And finally, Section 2 includes a report back by the commissioners to IFW and Marine Resources Committees by January 15, 2022. And it specifically provides that the Committee of IFW can report out a bill regarding this issue. A lot of good questions were asked by the committee, and I had the same concerns Representative McDonald brought up about other commercial boats, lobster boats, for example. The committee might want to consider exempting all other boats. Airboats are not like any other boat. That's why this was put forward in the first place. And because the enforcement of it was difficult. That's why this effort was taken up in the first place, to respond to those complaints. So I would ask you to consider the elements of this bill, but obviously it's your decision what you decide to go forward with. But again, I stress that there is interest in doing more study before setting any levels. Thank you for your attention. And I will try to answer any of your questions. I see that the departments are still here. If I can't answer, I bet they can.
Thank you, Representative McRae. Does anyone have any questions for her? Awesome. Hearing none, we can start. Actually, I don't know if we want to have any of the commissioners speak in on this. That would be nice if they would, one of them would like to speak.
Representative Terrio, this is Commissioner Kelleher. I appreciate the opportunity. I mean, our earlier testimony did include both of these pieces of legislation, so we are in support of Representative McCrae's bill. We think it's a very good balance. And it gives an opportunity to see if we can work out some of the issues that are happening on the water. So we'd be happy to answer any question now, or we'll obviously be around for the work session.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear that you were still on board and everybody heard it. I didn't know if anybody new came on or may have missed it. So,
okay, thank
anybody
you.
have any questions for Commissioner Gallagher? All right. So I guess now we can start with some testimony. I have Peter Joseph, Alan Weiner.
One moment, I need to bring them in.
Yeah. Mr. Joseph, are you there?
They're both in.
Okay, unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to clarify, I had originally signed up to testify NFNA on 89, but the comments apply to this bill, so I will just tailor them. As you'll hear, the only reason that we're testifying NFNA from the position of the town of Freeport is just because of the difference in the decibel limits between the bills and some of that confusion. So I'll speak to that as I go on. Co-chairs, honorable co-chairs, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. I want to say I do have my official, I think it meets Blaze Orange here for Hunter Safety Orange mask on for the committee. We want to start off by thanking, my name is Peter Joseph, I'm the town manager for the town of Freeport. I want to start by thanking the department, specifically IFW, but also DMR, for taking this issue seriously and working with residents and municipal officials for the past year plus 2 years now. Specifically, we think that Deputy Commissioner Peabody accurately depicted the process in his report, so we'll pass over all that. I think it was a pretty accurate summary. I'd also like to comment, as others have, that he has the patience of a saint and did a very good job moderating the working group. So I was able to be part of that consensus stakeholders group, which disappointingly didn't reach consensus, but I do want to emphasize that I think the two kind of competing positions that came out, which were coastal resident and harvester, ended up pretty close together. And that's evidenced by the fact that you have, I think, two bills here in front of you with two competing decibel limits. There are some other minor differences, but I'm not going to get into any of those. As I said before, the town is NFNA on this only because we don't have an official position on which decibel or a decibel limit that we think should be set, although we do think it's important for the state to establish clear limits here, because that would help in terms of saying if something is a problem or not. On the ground right now, we can't say that right now. We are very supportive of the split night and day structure in both the bills, specifically in this bill, because the daytime, early morning, daytime is not as much of a problem from complaints as early morning and overnight, specifically 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. complaints are. We're also very supportive of a sunset date. We think that, there's kind of two competing sides here that aren't in agreement. So we would like it to be able to sunset so that it can be discussed and see if it works before this is permanent. We're also supportive of the shoreline measurement J1970, since that's where the complaints and the disruption is actually occurring, not on the water. If somebody's 3 miles offshore running an airboat at 200 decibels, we're not going to hear a complaint at all about that. So I think that that's an important component of the bill. Also, I just want to speak very briefly to answer a question that was asked prior to in the prior bill about the complaint history that we're receiving in town. Just want to emphasize that I would say that on probably the weekly high for what we've received for complaints, 50 plus complaints on a week, 200 probably individual lifetime unique complaints from different property owners. And I would say that's airboat specific. We have received, I've been here 9 years, and we've never received a complaint about operation of any other type of watercraft, noise, safety, anything like that, other than, essentially mooring squabbles in that almost 10-year time period. So this is not an issue that that the town feels needs to be brought into other watercraft, other vessels. It is a very airboat specific complaint. Hopefully that would address the concern from some of the other type of fishermen, harvesters, things like that, that are concerned about this spreading. That is not the goal here. So that's all I've got. I think you might have some questions, but if you don't, I'm glad to step off and let everybody else speak.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Mr. Landry is back. Representative Landry. Boy, have I got a deal for you.
I don't know if I really want that deal. I'll be here for a little bit. State and local is in a much worse place than we are.
I'm sure they are. I have Alan Weiner that is to speak next, and it's up to you after that, my friend.
Thank you.
Mr. Weiner, if you want to go ahead and speak, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and thank all the committee members for addressing this issue on all the residents' behalf. I just want to start by saying I'm no stranger to a working waterfront. In my, although I'm retired now, in my younger years, I was a lobsterman as well as a scallop and even an urchin diver in time. So, and by the way, my lobster boat did have a muffler. It wasn't a straight pipe. But, that being said, I've lived here for 50 years on the coast of Maine and Freeport, and it's only recently in the last few years, and it's only due to airboat noise that I've felt disturbed at all by living here. And I want to, although I already spoke on behalf in favor of LD 89, I'm here today to talk about the demonstration test, part of which was actually performed from my deck on February 8th of this year, where Warden Herring basically proved that airboats, can perform under levels of about, I think the maximum he got was 83 decibels, while the boat was underway at pretty good throttle. And that was at a distance from my deck where he took the readings of 750 feet. So if they can perform that way, I don't understand why they shouldn't perform that way. So we, and also we, I believe that Sergeant Mike Joy of IFW pointed out that significantly restricting boat speed or reducing the prop pitch were both ways to achieve lower noise levels. So if those points are well known, I believe that the daytime level of 90 decibels proposed in LD 114, really, and the nighttime decibels of 75 really just don't go far enough as an interim action while things are further studied. I really appreciate what Ben Martins of the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association said in his previous testimony about the fact that we definitely need more study. However, I disagree with him saying that nothing should be done now. We definitely need some relief for coastal residents from the excessive noise. And I believe that LD 114 does not accomplish that. So, in that regard, I'll just leave you to your decision making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. Does anybody have any questions? I cannot see hands. Linda, could you make me a co-host?
Yes, I just did.
Yes, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I wanted to go down to Freeport to hear one of these airboats, Mr. Weiner, when should I do that?
Well, based on the tides and the season of the year, I would say almost any time between 2 hours before low tide and 2 hours after.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, seeing none. Thank you. Who do we have next, Linda?
Well, I'm not sure which list people are working off of because so far it's different from what I have. But what I have on my list is next would be someone who's no longer here, Ken Ross, Ford Reich, and Glenn Michaels. I can see if they are here and bring them in if they are.
Okay, thank you.
Ken Ross is not. Ford is. I'm bringing him in.
Okay.
And Glenn Michaels.
Okay. Thank you. Gotta love technology.
They should be in it.
Epler. You're muted.
I'm sorry, did you call Glenn Michaels?
There should be Ford Reich.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, very good. He would be first, then Glenn Michaels.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I have a question. I don't know. Are we doing these in any particular order? Usually, don't we do the ones in favor first, or it seems like we're doing the ones against first? I guess I'm getting a little confused as to where we are.
As am I. I'm looking online at the list and I'm not seeing any of them.
I can clarify that. There is no one for. They're against or neither.
Oh.
Okay. At least according to the list that I had as of this morning.
Very good. Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
Does that help? Yes, where were we now?
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Since this morning, there have been others come on that are 4. The cutoff is supposed to be a half an hour prior to, but there have been glitches this morning. So actually, we have Lori Nobilski, Ken Ross, and I don't believe Abden Simons is here any longer, but I can bring Lori and Ken in first to do the 4s. My apologies. This has been kind of a crazy morning, and it has been very glitchy.
Very
So
good.
I will look for these people. One moment. Lori is not here. And Ken is not here.
So can we go with Ford?
I would say so.
Great, thank you.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
I can. I'm Ford Reike. I live in Freeport.
Thank you for being here.
I thank you. And I'm speaking in opposition to LD 114. First, I want to, before I get to my written comment, which is brief, I want to make one point. Earlier today, a comparison was made between the noise made by a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and airboats, and I would like to suggest 2 reasons why that's not relevant. A Harley-Davidson out of the factory is 80 decibels, according to the factory data. And we recorded airboat noises at 100 decibels and higher. That's a difference of 400%. So the sounds are not comparable. But more importantly, there's a state law that limits noise that comes out of boats, all boats, and it applies to all boats, commercial and recreational, except airboats. It is a mistake to think that LD 114 is protecting a working waterfront. This is actually, in my opinion, about protecting an airboat loophole that protects a handful of operators to be louder than any other boats in Maine waters. And that's louder than what's permitted by lobster boats and other commercial fishing vessels. Also, I would suggest this is not about protecting the commercial clammers as a group. In Freeport, there, I believe, are 55 clamming families. There are only 2 boats that are clamming. So far in this long process, no commercial clammers without airboats have submitted testimony in favor of this bill or in favor of protecting the handful of airboat operators who are clamming. This is a loophole that protects just airboats to make a level of noise that is unreasonable disturbance to wildlife, sensitive environmental areas, and densely populated communities. My letter is in opposition to LD 114, but the competing proposal of LD 89 I feel is more reasonable. Thanks for your consideration and thanks for your service to the state of Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Reike. Any questions for Mr. Reike? Thank you again. Seeing none, who do you have next in the queue, Linda?
Representative Landry, I think you have Glenn Michaels, if he's still on.
I don't see him on my screen.
I'm on.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then, Mr. Michaels. Would you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. I'm Glenn Michaels. I live in Brunswick, Maine on McQuaid Bay. And we moved here about 5 years ago, and it's one of the best moves we've ever made in our 50 years together. What I wanted to talk about first, it really upsets me that people are saying that we want to put clammers out of business or limit their availability to boats or access to the water. That is absolutely not the case. I put a video together, and I know you can't show it today, but you all will have access to it, and I will email it to all of you, a link to YouTube. And what I've done is put a 4.5-minute video together that shows really that the clam boats and their process and the level of the noise, and just some thoughts like, we don't want to get rid of airboats. You know, that's not the point of this. This morning, there were 3 airboats that came out at 5:20 in the morning. One of them was loud, and the only reason I heard the other 2 was because the loud one woke me up. The other 2 came next. I didn't hear that. I mean, they're very, very quiet. Obviously, this is not every airboat owner. It's very select group that just doesn't understand, I guess. So I also included a photograph that shows a day last summer when there were 7 airboats, 33 clammers. So what happens in the summer, the clammers who clam in the winter with maybe 1 person on the boat or 2 will have 3 or 4. So the boats are heavier in the summer. They're louder in the summer. And, you know, they can be quiet. They've proven it. I show it on the video, how quiet they can be. And I wish we didn't even have to have a law about this. It's just common sense and respect. Because, you know, in my mind, I think it's a few people, and if they could just understand and give us the respect that we're giving them, it would be over. So I urge you to look at the video. It's very short, and the sound comes up about 5 or 10 seconds after the video starts. And thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're all doing, and this means a lot to us.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels. Could you forward that video to our clerk, Linda LaCour?
I will.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Are there any questions or?
Any questions for Mr. Michaels?
You're all invited to come to my house and see for yourself. Outside, I have steps. You can sit down. You won't be seen. It's a beautiful spot. Eagles. So, you know,
very good.
Take advantage. Thank you, folks.
Thank you for the invite. Linda, who do we have next? You're muted.
Yes, I know. On my list, I have Amanda Berry, Daniel Walker, and David Cox, which I will attempt to bring in now. Amanda's on her way.
Hi, folks. It's Amanda. I'm back.
Hello again, Amanda.
Hi. Thank you again, everyone, for all your Zoom. You're sitting forever watching Zoom. It drives everyone nuts, I know. I just want to make some clarifications. I spoke again in favor. I spoke this morning in favor of LD 89, and now I'm speaking against LD 114. A couple things I want to make really clear. I heard over and over again is that the people from away moving here and demanding that there's no working waterfront, and that is not true. I'm a gazillionth generation Mainer, and I have, like I said before, I have worked on the waterfront, and I've never once complained about the clammers in my yard I've lived there for 17 years until the airboat showed up. Never once, never an issue. The lobster boats, I love it. I love the noise of the lobster boats. I love the noise of the clammers. It's the airboat excessive noise that is the problem. Airboats can operate at slower speeds, just like we all have to drive slow through town, and then we can all coexist. It's the excessive speeds and excessive noise. So I just want people to hear that I'm a real local Mainer who's worked on the waterfront, and my husband works with shellfish harvesters. That's his job. And we are against the LD 114. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any questions for Amanda from anyone? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to David Cox.
Hello again from this morning. If you don't recall, I'm the Brunswick representative on the consensus group. I've listened to all of this today, and I really appreciate all the different perspectives. A couple of things I just wanted to highlight. Representative Thorne asked me this morning what specifically success looked like to me. And I've had an opportunity through our lunch break to think about that more. And, you know, let me break it into two parts. First, there's short-term success. I believe that short-term success is some combination of these two bills. You know, with all due respect to Representative McCrate, I've gotten to know her and I have so much respect and admiration for her. She said something about the output of the consensus group that was different than what I observed. I observed that we actually didn't get close to decibel level reading or decibel level limit consensus. We were at least 10 decibels apart. And as we've learned through this day, that is twice as loud. That is significant. If we go with 114, the residents will feel like we have not been heard. And so maybe there's some compromise there. And so I think short-term success looks like we are able to take 114 and we are able to take elements or compromised elements of LD 89 and put those together. I think if we can do that, that will further coalesce the working group into feeling like both sides have been heard and we can move forward and have a higher chance for success, because I believe it gets harder from here. Representative McCrate talked about threading a needle, and that's exactly how I see it. This is really tough. And as has been said earlier, we want airboat operators to be successful. We are huge advocates of the working waterfront. That's actually partly why we live here. And so there's a lot of conjecture that we've heard today that just isn't true. But going back to what Representative Thorne asked me, that's what short-term success looks like. Longer-term success, based on this working group, to me, looks like at the end of that journey, we've had very data-driven, as objective as possible study of these various elements that have come up today. And frankly, success to me, if I have to be honest, I'm not going to be as satisfied with it at the end, but I'll feel like we followed the right process, we were data-driven, and we did what was right for all parties, and we're able to walk in each other's shoes. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Cox. Any questions from Mr. Cox?
Oh, sorry. And one last thing, you're all invited to my house as well. And now that COVID is ending, I will send you all an email to invite you. And to provide a more specific answer than was asked earlier, I highly recommend about 5 a.m. I'll supply the coffee and we can sit and we can observe and we can listen and feel as was said earlier, there are airboat operators that operate at much lower decibel levels, and then there are those that operate at much higher levels. I experience it on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Cox. First, I believe, was Representative Falkingham.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cox.
Good afternoon.
So this morning when Representative Thorne asked the question, you more or less articulated that you thought winning was a bill that was made of compromise. And the question I have is that this bill was presented by Representative McCrate, seems to be the bill that was the alternative that was born out of compromise and committee work, and the bill that we saw this morning seems to be the bill that came out of a group of people that were not happy with that compromise. So I'm just wondering why it is that you oppose the bill that seems to be born out of compromise and support the bill that was born out of people not being happy with the compromise.
So I want to be really, really specific here. As part of that working group, I do not support that conclusion came out of compromise. I purport that conclusion of 114 very closely aligned with what the harvesters were proposing, not what the residents were proposing. I want to be really clear on that.
Thanks for that. Can I have a follow-up, Chair?
Certainly.
I believe it was you, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think you were asked a question about decibel levels, and it seemed like you weren't sure about that. Well, during the committee meeting this morning, I heard about decibel meters on cell phone apps, so I went ahead and downloaded one, and I set the cell phone up in front of me at my screen here, and the average decibel level that I got was 66 with a high of 79 decibels, just at a medium volume for this meeting. And in the bill, it prohibits expects airboats to run at 65 decibels. It just seems like that level is far too low. Do you have any comment on that?
Again, it's a complicated answer because it depends on several factors. How far away your measurement is from the source, and other factors as well. What I would point to is the testimony that we heard earlier, which is, the esteemed expert who we heard from, the woman from Freeport. Apologies, I can't remember her name at the moment. And speaking to all of those parameters and where we live in what is comfortable and what is not. And I am here to tell you that qualitatively anyway, what I hear and what I described this morning is not comfortable. It is extremely loud and extremely difficult to be around. I sit here at my laptop as well, and none of what the sound level I've heard so far bothers me in the least. I can tell you that with airboats, especially at 5 a.m., it is a completely different beast.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Thank you. Representative Thorne, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the invitation to come down and experience the boat noise. And don't be surprised if I may take you up on that, Mr. Cox. And just so you're not laying awake tonight remembering her name, that was Eileen Peterson, who is the audiologist.
Thank you.
I have a question for you about the noise. I live well inland up here in Penobscot County, and we experience miles and miles away down in the village, we can hear the train, the engine train, chug a bo 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 bo. And we usually only hear that when there's a south wind. So subsequently, we call it the rain train. Just curious if wind direction plays a part in how audible or how loud, intensified the airboat noise is.
It's a great question. In my qualitative experience with airboats on a daily basis, it does. Depending upon how the wind is blowing, it can very much intensify or mitigate the airboat sounds. So it's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Cox? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Again to you, Linda.
Next is Ken Ross.
Okay, you want to bring him in?
He's in.
I don't see him on my screen. Would you please introduce yourself? May not be all the way in.
I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure he is. Yes, he is in with the panelists.
Sorry for the confusion. We had a little hang up on access and so on. But
okay.
You get the benefit of not having to look at me because I don't have any rig on this computer that shows my face to the other
Would you introduce yourself, Mr. Ross, please?
Pardon me?
Would you please introduce yourself?
Oh, yes. I'm Ken Ross. I'm a resident of Robbinston. That's on Passamaquoddy Bay, and I've been on the bay or an owner on this bay and Cobscote Bay for 80 plus years now. And I'd like to speak against 114. I own a cottage on Cobscote Bay, which I rent during the summer to people from outside. And I can say that these people, after talking with them a great deal and getting to know them, they're here because they like to get away from all the noise and the confusion and the pressures and so on of life farther down the coast, Maine or below. And I'm trying to think about what their reaction would be if they heard one of those airboats come zooming or roaring up the middle of the bay. After they heard that a few times, I suspect that they might just well be looking for another place to vacation in the future. Now, that may be a small problem, but it raises the question of what impact this sort of thing has. If the Maine coast, which was once known for peace and beauty and tranquility and scenery and relaxation and contact with nature and so on, becomes a place where you got to put up with howling motors that you didn't think were there or that disrupt you. What do you think that might do to the tourist industry, which is one of Maine's important economic bases? And I'm wondering whether this committee, if it has the capacity to do so, I realize this is a complex matter, could spend a little time looking into what the Chamber of Commerce would have to say about these noise limits or lack thereof, and what that does to the tourist dollars. Does it send them to Canada because they think it's going to be quieter up there? Maybe. Maybe it's something to think about. Another thing I'd like to mention is that I have clam flats on my, or a large clam flat on my property. And this clam flat has always been welcoming to the clammers and the rest of the property, to the wrinklers, as far back as I can remember. And I think it was the same with my grandparents. And I'm kind of wondering whether I'd be so welcoming of clammers if they came roaring in with power boats that climbed it up on the beach and then forced their way back off of the beach by the power of those big engines. I wonder what that would do to the surface and the mini ecology there of the clam flats. Has anyone considered that? Might be worth looking into a bit. Maybe it's snow damage, I don't know. But if you're going to drag a heavy boat or force it over the clam flats, I should think it would have an impact on the little creatures that live there. So that's another angle that might be considered.
Very good. Could you wrap it up in a couple sentences?
I can. I think what we're really talking about here is what kind of a future do we want for the Maine coast? And I think that's what Robert Alley is asking when he's saying, well, where is this aquaculture going? And what do we want the coast to look like? What do we want to live with? What are the trade-offs? We know we all can't have everything we want, but where are the sensible trade-offs? When I look at L114 in the context of a lot of discussion that's going on here and reading about it, I see that I conclude that this is a pretty poor trade-off. This is a pretty pretty poor choice as compared to 89. I don't see that it does very much. It doesn't even mention wildlife, which is one of the crucial elements of the quality of the Maine coast, of the ecology and the tourism.
Mr. Ross?
Yes. What? Yes, you were asking me a question?
Yeah, I asked if you could wrap it up.
Okay, I will. I'll say no more at that. Are there any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Ross? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Yep. Linda?
Next, we have Robert Santamina. He's in.
Very good. Mr. Santamina?
Okay, I think I'm on. I think you can hear me all right.
We can hear you. Can't see you yet.
I don't know how to do that part. So voice will have to suffice, I'm afraid.
That'll work.
It won't be, and it's not much of a loss anyhow. I spoke this morning in favor of LD 89, and I'm speaking this afternoon in opposition to 114. I've been a resident of South Freeport for close to 30 years and have experienced the operation of the harbor as a working harbor and a recreational harbor. And they work together very well until the airboats arrived on the scene. But you've heard a lot from other folks. They have stolen my wind. Especially, I would recommend to you the testimony of Alan Weiner and David Cox. I would add one further invitation to Representative Thorne. That is, if you go to the boat ramp at Winslow Park between 3 and 2 hours between low tide, anytime this summer, you're likely to encounter the launching of an airboat. And if you don't make the launch, hustle down to the town landing, which is at the foot of Main Street in South Freeport, and you might get them whizzing by, but they go by on the other side of the harbor, but you can definitely hear them. My final thought is, which has been expressed by both clammers and property owners, citizens like myself, and that is, the answer to this problem is common sense and respect. The reason why we're here, especially in Freeport, is because we didn't get that starting about 2 years ago, and hence all the complaints. You've heard about that from our town manager. So I hope that 114 will be a start, even though I'm opposed to it. Well, either of them would be a start to reaching some sense of common sense and respect between the two groups. And I hope that the working group will really come up with a solution that will last and end this controversy between the working waterfront and the folks who live along the shore. Thank you very much for hearing me again.
Thank you very much, Santamina. Anyone have any questions for him? Yes, Representative Rick Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for probably anybody that's listening, but has anybody done anything to their homes to modify the sound coming in? I mean, sounds like there might be a market for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're very welcome. Anybody got an answer?
Yeah, I'll answer. I have not done anything to my home except close the windows.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Santamina. Moving on, I see that we have a Christopher Green, I believe, in the queue, Linda?
Yes, and Marco Melendi. Either can go first.
Okay.
Yes, it doesn't matter if I'm up. This is Chris Green. I work on the consensus vote, the group, trying to come to a compromise. And we dug down deep to get a compromise with 7590, though we didn't know if it was setting the guys for failure. We, though, in the spirit of compromise, we did so, only to be shot down at the very end of it. Some of these guys' testimony is definitely over exaggerated and dramatic. I do know all the blame is being put on us to do everything we can technology. And we do have technology called whisper tip props, which we try all the time. I have on my rig. Bell drive is a little quieter. The pitch of the prop obviously can go a little quieter. And of course, the application of the throttle. And you can only do that when you're like the testing that they did in Freeport, I might add, was all empty boat, one guy. If you have 3-4 guys in it and you got to load, you are going to be louder because you have to stand on the throttle a little bit more. These passings are within seconds. They are not minutes. They are not 20 minutes. That is a bunch of baloney. This is very dramatic. These guys go to work. It's a commercial outfit. It's a commercial vessel. They shut it down. They go to work. They take off. They go back by. They go to work. Now, when they go by, and I say by, they're half a mile down the water or down the bay within seconds, past these houses. Again, all the putting on us is our technology. What about their technology? What about putting some, if they're on the working waterfront, to maybe insulate the house better, get a little better window? You know, what about them? I mean, this is really, really hard to take because we sat in consensus group and we really tried to chew this up and really get to the nuts and bolts of it, only to be slammed and handcuffed stronger and harder. I mean, and it really just upsetting because Timothy Peabody did a wonderful job. Inland Fisheries did a wonderful job. And it's just like, it just was never good enough for them. So, and there's a lot of diggers, by the way, trying to get on this list and then aren't on the list. We've been railroaded. We've been trying to wait to get on and talk. Nobody's able to talk except for the wrong people, if you will.
We're certainly not trying to block anybody out. That's for sure.
There's a lot of people, sir, honest to God, there's a lot of people trying to get on and at least express how they feel. And you just can't get on. So there's some glitch. I finally got on, thankful for it. It's just, it's really painful to sit back and watch all this go on and go, wow, this is so dramatic and it's so over exaggerated. It's really unreal.
There was a pre-registration that should have been done before the meeting started. I'm sorry you didn't get that point.
Yeah, we did. We did it, but some of them didn't go through apparently. Evidently, like Abden Simmons, he's waiting. He registered twice. I registered twice. I had to email say, look, and you got to get us on here. So luckily they paid attention and did, you know, get us on here. As far as application goes, these boats I do support this bill and the fact that because it's open-minded to actually, you know, begin to learn a little more about it due to the application, what we can do to you know, be friendly neighbors and also keep the historical fishery going, you know, so that we can keep the economy rolling, keep our family satisfied, you know, et cetera, down the line.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Green? Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Green, I just wanted you to know that we heard you.
Yes,
and
sir.
Your impact was as good as 10.
Thank you.
Your passion, I can tell, is there. And I just had one thing to say. We ever thought about taking everybody who complains about the noise out on a ride in the bay?
Absolutely. You know what's funny? They say about this commercial of the airboat and all these tourism. We actually, as a family, my son, my lady, my daughter, growing up, we're thinking about. I've got a nice rig that I'm thinking about. I've got inquiries through because we fly to Seattle, we've gone to Florida, we go all over the place. They actually want to come here and do tour boat rides in my airboat to actually see what the intertidal looks like, to what our shores and fishery looks like, and to gain that perspective of our historic way up here. It's because it's unique, you know, not a lot of people do it that way.
Yeah, and if I may add a follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, I only supply my own personal testimony is that next door, folks bought a house that has a big commercial truck garage out back. That was the guy that used to own the company was a logger. So he leases out that garage to some big dump trucks, you know, the, I don't know what to call them, but you know, the 18-yard load dump trucks. They'll take out of here in the morning and you really can't hear them. In the summertime, we have our windows open in the bedroom. They're right next door. The trucks will go down the road, and if I'm laying awake, I can hear them low gear out and low gear shift and they just purr out of here. And I think, and I believe in what I've listened to today is that there is a compromise between the operators of these handful of boats and what the property owners are trying to achieve. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to reach a time point, but I think there's more work that needs to be done, more research. So, and involve every one of these airboat owners. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Representative Terrio this time?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Abden Simmons is trying to get on. I'm hoping he did get on.
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, he's trying. There's quite a few gentlemen that are trying to get on here, and hopefully they can. They do need and deserve their testimony due to this is their livelihood. This means a lot to them. So yeah, I'm hoping so. But thank you guys for all your time and even just listening. Thank you to the landowners for even sitting at that consensus group. But you know, when you have a compromise in my boat testing out at 110 with inland fishery test, because I was in on that test, and then to compromise at 90 in the day, and then of course 75 in the morning. What I want to walk through with you guys with the Cox statement and a couple of the other men is when you lean up in the lower on the mud flat at McCoy Bay, the tide is gone. These guys are able to just dribble out. They're able to just kind of like, you know, like the low gear of the logging truck thing, kind of go out nice and easy. When you dump into the water and you have to take off in the water, it's a whole different application. So this is, you know, this is where we just need a really good sound, professional sound engineering research to kind of look into this.
Very good. We'll work it out at the work session. We may call on you for that.
I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Linda?
Yes, I just want to let people know that I did send another link to Mr. Simons. And there are a couple of more people in the waiting room that have their hands raised that may be having the same problem, did not get links. So if you would like at the end, I can bring them in as well.
Okay, who do you have next on the list? I see Robin Steely.
Yes, yes, I did bring her in. She is next on the list.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Seeley, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, committee co-chairs and members of the two joint committees. Again, I'm Dr. Robin Hadlock Seeley, a retired marine biologist born and raised in Freeport near the Harrisicot River. And I now live in Pembroke on Cobscook Bay. I oppose LD 114 mostly because it doesn't have any provision for studying wildlife impacts. But I also wanted to say a few words about what we've heard so far, and I hope that you will not accept the story that seems to have been distributed that people who are disturbed by airboat activity and noise moved here yesterday from away and woke up one day and decided they wanted to harm the clamming industry or the working waterfront. I've read all the testimony, and a lot of people who are writing were born here, like me. I am the sister and aunt of lobster license holders. And as far as I know, these concerned residents have likely not made a complaint about any other commercial vessel that's in the harbor or on the working waterfront. But there's really something unique about the disturbance caused by airboat noise. I'm encouraged by the contributions that we heard earlier that science and engineering can probably solve this problem if we can figure out what it is about the noise that's so disturbing to the human brain and what engineering modifications can help reduce those qualities of the noise. So I'm really hopeful that using science can really get us to a solution. And finally, I say again, if access is really the problem, then let's confront that head on the same way that we did in Cobscook Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seeley. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I see we have Marco Melendi, is it?
I'm just going to speak up. Abden Simmons messaged me and said he's in the waiting room, but he's not being brought up. Do you see him there, Linda?
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
Is he under a different name? Because I just sent him the link a few minutes ago to his
Okay,
email.
well, we'll try to get that straightened out. I see two other people have just popped up. Mr. Melendi, would you go ahead, please, and introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Representative Landry. My name is Marco Melendi. I'm a resident of Brunswick, Maine. I'm on the Marine Resources Committee here, and I'm the chair of our current Rivers and Coastal Waters Commission. So I've been hearing a lot about this issue for years. I also wanted to thank Tim Peabody, because I did watch this working group, and I thought there were definitely passions on both sides, and I think he did a great job with trying to, calmly moderate and get the group to proceed. So I hope he continues. So I'm here to say I liked LD 114 a lot better than LD 88, or sorry, LD 89, but ultimately, I'm going to argue against both of them because I don't believe we should be setting any decibel limits before we have completed a sound study. So the one thing that I did seem to hear both sides agreeing on during the process was that we could do some sort of study, get a better sound study done by an engineer in a more controlled setting. Maybe a setting that more represents what these boats are actually doing when they're working, rather than sitting on a dock or sitting on a trailer. And so I would suggest maybe we don't do anything until we have that data. In terms of the folks that are dealing with the noise, I can certainly sympathize with that. They are deserving of the same level of quiet that anybody expects. But at the same time, they're not deserving of more quiet. Here in Brunswick, Maine, we have an airport, we have train tracks that run through, we have a lot of airboats, and we have commercial zones. So just this very morning at 3:47 a.m., I had a plane fly low over the house. At 5 a.m., I hear the trash dumpster being emptied, and that's not dependent on the tide. That happens 5 a.m. regular. And that is the same range of noise that we're talking about with these airboats. So I certainly sympathize, but I think sound noise like this needs to be proportionate. It needs to help everybody in a community and not target one group for more relief than the others. I would also suggest that this isn't quite proportionate, seems to me. So also things that I deal with in the neighborhood, like many people do, lawnmowers, chainsaws, blowers. Fortunately, my neighbor waits until after 7 to do the blower, but sometimes that lasts 3-4 hours. And that clearly would not meet the 75 decibel limit that we're proposing. Most of the ones on the shelf at the local Lowe's couldn't even manage the 90 decibel one. So, and think of that small thing versus now we're talking a commercial fishing vessel that's supposed to achieve the same noise level. So I'm not quite sure we're getting proportionality, which is why I think we need to have this study before we set any limits. Another thing that concerns me is the wording that I had heard suggested that the IFW was going to exempt municipal vessels and wardens vessels. So we're talking a lot of airboats that will be exempted from this. And I think it's just very bad optics when law enforcement officers are going to be out in a boat enforcing laws that they are not going to be adhering to themselves. Nobody would complain about a fire truck going by at 5 a.m. or whatnot, because they're doing that on the way to an emergency. But they don't run around all day long with the siren going. But the exemption wasn't just for in cases of emergency, it was just a full exemption, which seems to indicate to me that maybe they realize this is not going to be a working solution at these decibel levels, and yet they don't want to have to deal with that. So I would think that that bothers me a little bit. Yes, go ahead.
Could you wrap up,
finish up? Sure. And so I think the other component that I didn't really hear with this, that I realize is beyond the purview of this group, but during the working group, one of the panelists said to the harvesters, well, what would it take for you not to use these vessels? And one of the harvesters said, access, goes back to access. And of course, there was silence after that, because that's a pretty hard thing to deal with. So I would like this process that we're talking about, the year of fact finding with the sound testing, maybe to also include a process of examining the reason why we're using these airboats, which is such a decreased level of access, as part of the solution going forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Melendi, please? No questions. Very good. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe next is Mr. Simmons. Could you introduce yourself, please, Mr. Simmons?
Yeah, this is Abden Simmons. I'm a commercial harvester in Waldoboro. I have a license in Friendship in Cushing, the St. George River. I was also on the consensus group. I've been listening the whole time for the LD 89 in this bill. For some reason, I'm as technically savvy as a squirrel when it comes to technology. I can harvest product, I just can't work a computer very well. But anyways, I've been hearing a lot of stuff that it just blows my mind, of the concept of what these landowners are realizing is they're part of the problem of us being able to get to our product. They buy up the shoreline, we lose access. And some of the consensus group discussion was, well, we have to change to the times. We have changed to the times. We've gone and bought equipment to be able to do what we need to do for a living. And to be honest with you, even if we did have access, some of the, probably majority of the guys that have airboats now are 50 plus years old. So it makes it near impossible to do what a 20-year-old can do. So we have adapted to what our surroundings are, what complications we've had. There's a lot of issues with access, and I've heard about earmuffs, having to wear earmuffs because you're sitting on top of the boat. Yeah, my seat sets within 6 inches of the engine. Anything you set that close to, you're going to have to wear earmuffs. Chainsaw, you can run a chainsaw and still should we be wearing earmuffs? So also, what happens if there's duck hunters out in front of these people's houses at 5:30 in the morning? As soon as day breaks, the tide's up, ducks fly by, they're shooting. You have 2 or 3 guys in a boat. You take, and they're shooting three rounds per person. So you get 9 rounds going off from a shotgun. They wait 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, another bunch of ducks go by. So this isn't just an isolated issue. How many complaints have there been with people duck hunting in front of people's houses? Perfectly legal. So, it's just, this is a start of something that's will continue to escalate into other fisheries. If you went down to Friendship Harbor in the fall at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when you're allowed to leave that early and be able to be down below lobstering in the federal waters that early in the morning, there's nothing to see 40, 50 boats leave that early in the morning. And a lot of those boats have wet exhaust, and they don't have the 400 or 500 horse that typical boats used to have. They have anywhere up to 1,400 horse in these boats, and they're very loud, and it sounds like a roar when they leave that harbor. And it is, people have gotten accustomed to it, and people from away have moved to Friendship and realized that, so they've adapted to it. They know what's going to happen, and this is the part of the problem with, it's an isolated incident between Freeport, Brunswick, and Harpswell. People have moved in, thought it was going to be real quiet, and realize that it is a working waterfront, regardless of what the way you look at it. They don't have the pressure from the lobster boats like we do up towards Waldeboro and Friendship and Cushing and all around the St. George River. I mean, the majority of the state lobstermen are in this area, you know, between Booth Bay and the St. George and Cushing, you know, and it's just very frustrating to realize that people from away, and I hate to use that term because we love people that come from away, they spend lots of money here and they do a lot of things here, but they also got to realize that the guys that are living here doing these jobs have to adapt to what they've created. So that's my spiel.
Please, Mr. Simmons.
Yeah, that's my spiel.
Okay, good job. Anybody have questions for Mr. Simmons? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Representative Hutchins has his hand up.
Who?
Representative Hutchins.
Representative Hutchins got his hand up.
Okay, go ahead. I can't see it, but that's all right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking or listening to what Mr. Simmons had to say puts me in mind of the fact we talk about Maine as vacation land, and one of the main reasons that it is vacation land is a haddock, lobster, or clam dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Any other questions for Mr. Simmons? Representative Fockingham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons, or Captain, as I should say. So here in Winter Harbor, I know there are Indian clam middens around town that are piles of clams from the Native Americans that are probably centuries old. As long before there were airboats, there were people going to the shore to harvest clams for food. When I was growing up, my father dug clams to feed our family, not the clams themselves, but financially. And growing up, I dug clams and worms with my father, and every year it became harder and harder to find those paths to the shore, those paths that in some cases were probably been there since the Native Americans wore those trails down to get to certain coves and harvest. I assume many years ago you probably weren't using an airboat. What is your experience with using those trails and your access to the shore, and how did you come to start using an airboat to clam rather than walk into the shores like we all used to?
Well, granted, years ago, I used to be able to walk in almost anywhere. There was no issues. A lot of people welcomed us until probably the last 10 or 15 years. It's been real difficult. The more and more people that show up in my area don't understand what used to happen. So they shut it off. They post their property. And like I said, we're not getting any younger. If you look at DMR's age group for different class commercial fishing licenses, clammers the average is like between in the mid 50s. So we're not getting any younger. So those walks aren't getting any easier. So I've had a number of people that are friends of mine that have gotten airboats, realized, it's you have back issues, you have hip issues, you have knee issues, and these airboats alleviate a lot of that. You can drive right to where you want to harvest and get right out and start digging, and you don't have to move around a lot. I think that's about all I have with that. I've had my airboat going on 5 years. It's been a godsend. I've had summers where it's been really hot. I go in at low, before low tide, dig 3 or 4 bushel, and it gets 90 to 100 degrees on the mud, we can leave instead of getting heat stroke. And we've had numerous occasions of that happening in the Madomic, of guys getting heat stroke and being really sick because they're stuck there. And this airboat has made my life a lot simpler.
Yeah, can I ask another question
Yes.
along that line? When you're clamming, is it out of the realm of possibility that you might have 100, 150 pounds of clams to return to shore from quite a distance out?
Almost daily. I mean, I try to get as many as I can. I don't go down just to harvest a couple bushel and leave. I go there to dig the tide. And it's not out of the realm to have 200 pounds, 250 pounds minimum. And a lot of times, there's two of us, 2 or 3 of us that go because it's convenient. So having one airboat may take care of 3 guys versus 3 guys having 3 airboats. So it helps.
And one last question, if I can.
Certainly.
I know it doesn't pertain to this bill as it's written. This bill doesn't set it that low, but if the decibel level was down to say 65 for a decibel level, would that effectively outlaw airboats?
No question. The decimal level in this bill, LD 114, wasn't really, it was a compromise. The landowners say it wasn't, but it is, because we're setting precedent for a commercial vessel. We're not setting precedent for a recreational vessel. And we think that's a fair trade-off from just saying, no, we don't want any decimal levels. We want to see what the study says. Maybe we can go down to 5 decimals, after the study. But until then, we just, without going any lower than what we presented in the LD 114, is just setting us up for failure. And it's guaranteed to fail. We're just going to lose. We're going to be done. And a lot of these guys, like Chris Green, have spent $70,000, $80,000 on these boats, and they're just telling them they're useless. Too bad. And I can't take that.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Representative. Nice seeing you, Abden.
Yes, nice seeing you.
I have a concern with this kind of a bill that covers the whole state, where most of the concerns I'm hearing is from like Freeport, Wolf Neck Point, to be exact. I mean, they're pretty concerned about their livelihood down there and their peace and quiet. So this is going to affect everything. And are you having any complaints in your areas? I mean, because I'm not hearing more complaints other than from Freeport, or a few from Brunswick, but it seems mostly very isolated areas, and I'm concerned about passing a law that affects everyone. And what's your take on that?
Absolutely, and that's why I'm in the middle of this, because I have an airboat. I'm one of the very few that have one in the Waldoboro, St. George River area that has an airboat, and it's going to affect me. And I'm not even having issues up here. 95% of the time when I come into shore, people are at the landings think it's awesome. I can't believe that harvesters have actually adapted to this and using them for airboats. I had a guy in Thomaston when I come into the landing one day from Florida. He says he couldn't believe that there was an airboat up here working. I mean, a lot of people that I see at the landing want to go for a ride. Well, I refuse because it's a commercial boat, and I'm not licensed or anything for that. So I haven't even had my wife out on the airboat, and I've had it for 5 years, and she wants to go for a ride. So, a lot of people, contrary to what the landowners have said in that area, Brunswick, Harpswell, and Freeport, I have a lot of people wanting to go for a ride and think it's awesome that guys are actually adapting to the habitat that they've been dealt with, no access. I've been fortunate enough in the Madomic, in the St. George River, we have deep water landings, so it's not as bad as the guys in Freeport and Harpswell have. So, but I'm going to sit here and defend them just as much as I'm going to defend myself.
Very good. Any more questions for Mr. Simmons? Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I see a couple more people in the waiting room. It was Blaine Lund next.
No, actually, if we could take Dan Walker, then Paul Plummer, then Andrew Dodson and Blaine Lund. And I think there's another one also waiting in the waiting room that may just have arrived.
Well, welcome back, Mr. Walker, then. We'll start with him. Mr. Walker was in first.
All right, thank you. Can anyone hear me? We can. Can I
can hear you,
interrupt for a second? 1 second.
Pardon me?
I said, can I interrupt for 1 second?
Mr. Walker?
No, I'm not talking. I think it's Mr. Lund who's talking right now. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Lund.
I'm headed digging in 5 minutes in an airboat, so I won't. I guess I'm not going to get a chance to speak.
Well, go ahead. Speak up. You're talking.
Go for it. All I had to say was, I mean, everything seems to be covered pretty well, from Chris to Abden to Cody. I'm not really for either one. I think it's a little early to make a decision on what goes on. But I mean, this is adaptation, you know, it's what has happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think there should be any laws being enforced yet on it until there's actual studies. It seems a little early to be trying. I mean, once you set something, it's going to be set. It's going to be hard to reverse anything once it's put in stone. You know, we got an airboat. We use it daily. You know, we go out of McQuaid Bay. I never hear a boat running down there any longer than 5-10 minutes, maybe. There might be a train of them in the morning. And I think, you know, I wrote down a couple things. I think Dan Walker had said something earlier on the LD89 about 4 a.m. starts all the time. Well, a 4 a.m. start only happens for maybe 4 or 5 days a week of a month. You know, you work by the tide. There ain't people going out there waiting for 3 hours for the water to run off to start digging. The earliest anybody heads out is 3 hours to the low. And then Mr. Peterson said something about people being disturbed on an island having a drink. I mean, there's got to be better arguments than this. Some of this stuff is just nonsense. You know, this is our livelihood. Like, doesn't seem very right that we're even fighting this issue right now. You know, I dig down to Bunganut. Guess what I dealt with the other day for 6 hours? A wind chime. I heard a wind chime going for 6 hours. Talk about a Chinese torture. That was terrible. And we can't run radios. We got landowners that come down yelling at us for running radios. So we sit there in silence and dig. You know, how much more do we have to work with these people before they take it all away from us, and then we're out of a job, lose our houses? I don't have much more to say other than I don't think any law should be being passed without further studies.
Any questions for Mr. Lund? Thank you for waiting all day to get that in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had more to say, but like I said, it's been pretty well covered. It seems to me that the people that have got their voice, and like Chris said, there's a lot of people trying to get on here and talk. Unfortunately, that we're having to do this through a Zoom meeting. You know, my dad would be on here. I know a bunch of other people that would be on here, and they're just not technology. You know, they don't know how to work. I even had a hard time working it. So there's a lot more speakers out there that aren't being able due to this type of, you know, what COVID's done.
You know, they could submit testimony online, or you could help them do that, and we can look at it for the work session.
Okay. And thank you for getting me in. I appreciate it big time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Lund. Sorry about that, Mr. Walker. You're next.
Oh, absolutely. No, Blaine's going to work, so that's fine. So I just wanted to follow up on a couple things. So again, my name is Dan Walker,
I'm representing the Mainers Against Coastal Noise Pollution group in the Freeport Brunswick Harpswell area. So I don't know how many times we need to say this, but it is not an attack on the working waterfront, this slippery slope argument. The reason why we need temporary limits is so we can when they make the studies, there's going to be some parameters around these studies. Without them, it'll just be can they meet these studies? Can they meet these standards? As we've said time after time, and if you look in the report, they can meet these standards, and they have met these standards. So the concern that they can't meet these standards is definitely. I mean, I would be concerned, but as we've seen, 85% of the folks in the Freeport test would have passed this, and so we just want to underscore that we're not trying to stop clamming. We're not trying to stop this way of life. This bill, these LD 114 and LD 89 only affect airboats. It doesn't affect lobster boats. Lobster boats can operate under these. All the other boats out there have existing decibel limits that they operate under. This would not. This would increase them to allow for the airboats. We've lived for years and years with lobsters and fishing boats. They're not going anywhere, and they've operated under decibel limits, and there have not been this mass of complaints around this. We're trying to create and rebalance these areas. I heard about construction noise as an analogy. Oh yeah, that they're running tools. You cannot run construction tools. You can't run them before 7 a.m. in the morning. You can't. So they may be happening during the day, but no one's saying that you can't operate an airboat during the middle of the day. You can't do it early in the morning, just like you can't run a skill saw early in the morning. Lawnmowers are not as loud as airboats, not even close. So, again, this is a statewide issue. It needs to be. This is the focus of it right now because this is where all the airboats are. You get 10 airboats up in Cobscook Bay, it's going to be a Cobscook Bay issue. You get 10 airboats on Moosehead Lake, it's going to be a Moosehead Lake issue. So I think it's up to us to try to work this out and find something that works for everybody, or this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. It's getting worse in Florida. They banned it, like we said, they banned it from the Everglades. They can only now operate in a very small part of this. And then I want to underscore the wildlife impact. I attached to my testimony the study by Frank Turina. He wrote it in with respect to the initial round. But it's a really interesting study on the effect of wildlife on animals. And it's not just flushing them; it's that when there's really loud noise around, a bird, its circle of where it can hunt is reduced to nothing. And if this happens more and more, they lose their habitat and they move on.
Could you wrap
we're
up?
absolutely. My last point is we're absolutely ready to talk about access. I think that's a big issue. There's a lot of funds out there. There's the Working Waterfront fund within the Land for Maine's Future. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and I think there's a lot of opportunity to take funds and direct them towards helping folks fix up their airboats and make them quieter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In not so many words, Mr. Walker, I'm learning so much by being on this committee. I've never heard of Mainers Against Coastal Noise Pollution.
Yeah.
Reader's Digest version. Where are airboats in priority to your concerns about coastal noise pollution sources?
Number one. The only reason this organization was created was to address this issue. It was a number of community members in these areas that it's a catchy name, but that's the name they came up with. And to address this, they felt like they needed to band together because it was really starting to ruin a way of life for a lot of people.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're very welcome. Any other questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Walker. Who do we have next, Linda? I see Paul Plummer and Dan Sylvain.
Paul Plummer, Andrew Dodson, and then Dan Sylvain and Dan Devereaux was also joining us.
Okay, I see three of them. Go ahead, Mr. Plummer.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I am Paul Plummer, Harbor Master and Marine Resource Administrator representing the town of Harpswell. The town of Harpswell is committed to preserving and protecting its coastal marine heritage. For generations, commercial fishermen have been working long hours from before sunrise to after sunset. Many commercial fishermen use a vessel for their harvest. For some shellfish and marine worm harvesters, this vessel would be an airboat. For the last few decades, airboat usage around the mid-coast has been on the rise due to the loss of access to the mudflats. As coastal development continues to flourish, coastal access for marine harvesters to trails and paths that have historically provided access have declined or permissions revoked. With such few options, marine harvesters have turned to a tool that can get them to their worksite on the mudflats. The town of Harpswell opposes any section of the proposed bill that puts any decibel limit on airboats until a professional, responsible, and timely sound study can be performed that produces reliable data. The town of Harpswell does, however, support language in LD 114 that continues to convene a work group of state and municipal officials, coastal property owners, and commercial harvesters to work with this data towards an outcome that does not unreasonably impact marine harvesters. The town urges you not to support LD 114 if the bill contains language establishing decibel limits for airboats. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Plummer. Any questions for Mr. Plummer?
I would put the planning department's responsibilities in sort of
your testimony, Mr. Plummer.
Thank you.
One is
I believe Mr. Sylvain is next.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much for your time here. It's been a little rough knowing that there's been a bunch of us yelling at our computers because we've been trying to chime in since the beginning of this, but we're now finally getting our chance. First, I'd like to start off by just saying what I play the role as the Marine Warden / Harbor Master for the town of Brunswick. We also have an airboat, which I am the operator of, which is one of the newest, if not the newest in the fleet, and is one of the loudest, if not the loudest, out of all the 18 airboats that are in the town of Brunswick that are being operated. We have the best of the best on this boat. We didn't hold back on anything on this, and it's scary to see on the numbers that are coming from this unit. What I'd like to start off with is what I would like to see is fairness across the board for all parties involved. A professional sound study definitely needs to be done by a third party, and it needs to be completed over the time span of a year, so they can get all seasons, all weathers, all waterway sounds, etc., to come into play before decibel level is set, if one at any. When it comes to some of the tests that were done in Freeport, when I know a lot of the opposition has said that they were okay with the way the noise levels came from those airboats, our boat was one of them that was actually tested during that. When it was tested and looking at the readings from all three of those boats, these are really far. It's far apart. I mean, we were going up to, I think the furthest one was 841 feet away or something like that. We have a lot of narrow channels and waterways that these guys are going to go into that are a third of that. And if they're complaining about or okay with the noise from here, they're not going to be okay with the noise coming from that. And it's just very, very difficult to try to find a way that we can actually compromise between the safety, which is number one of these airboats, which was already said by Cody and other ones, that the only way that these boats can actually move, whether it's on water, mud, and or whatever else, it has to be under power. If you don't have power, you don't have steerage. You don't have steerage, you're going to crash into something or someone, which we don't want to see. That's the last call that I want to take while I'm at work. As I just lost my thought. I do apologize.
No problem.
One of the big thing that Dan Deverell, he will speak a little bit later, he and I were speaking about and we agree upon is instead of setting a decibel level, why don't we make it so it's actually an officer's discretion? Because if it's at an officer's discretion, it won't have to be just myself that's going out and doing that. That can be another officer from the road. That can be whether it's off of like a disorderly conduct issue or if it's going off of like a noise violation from 29A. Something like that, I think is going to be a little bit easier because right now the town of Brunswick, we have 64 commercial harvesters and then we have another 15 students. And then we have bushel licenses. So I could be out watching over upwards of 100 people that are actually out harvesting. And it's just me. And that's across 66 miles of shoreline. So I can't watch over everybody. And if somebody makes a complaint and it comes in by their cell phone and they have that locked in, I'm not going to be able to basically set that picture again when it comes to make an evidentiary value for a case if I'm going to try to make one. So when it comes to that, if they have it recorded on their phone, let's make it easier. I'm not going to take your cell phone as evidence. And that's going to sit in evidence for 6 to 7 months because you now have it in front of you, because we'll never be able to get all of the conditions the same exact way if I were to test a boat the next day compared to what is actually happening right then and there. So again, I still think that falls back on officer's discretion. So anybody can go out there and use that. You don't have to go out and you don't have to get special level readers. You don't have to get decibel readers. You don't have to get a distance reader so you know that the boat was 100 feet away or 600 feet away. So with that said, I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place. So I was just quite irritated with what was going on. So please feel free to ask any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dan. Does anybody have questions for Dan? I see Sherm does. Excuse me, Representative Hutchins.
That's all right. Sherm is fine. I've been called much worse. And they got away with it. The amount of territory that he covers down there is incredible. And I'm wondering how, without an airboat, if he could even begin to cover that large an area. Thanks.
I can't even cover that in one tide with the airboat if I was going completely straight out. And I know people have said it before about like how long. If you're looking at McCoy Bay, where it seems like a majority of the complaints come in for Brunswick in reference to airboats, there's usually 2 to 3 airboats that may launch at Muir Point, go around the tip and come into McCoy Bay. That is going to be anywhere, depending on the weather and water conditions, that could be a 7 to a 12 to 13 minute ride. If they're launching on the mud from McCoy Bay, they're at their spot in less than 3 minutes. And that's just at under power. So, I mean, there's not a lot of noise, but you can have 10 to 11. I've actually seen 12 at the most launch from one launch at a time.
Any more questions for Mr. Sylvain? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I believe next is Mr. Dodson. Andrew, can you unmute yourself? Looks like he's in, but I don't see anything happening. Well, we'll give him a chance to get in. We'll move on to Mr. Devereux.
He actually just unmuted.
Oh, Commissioner, did you have a question?
No, thank you, Representative. I just noticed that Mr. Dodson had unmuted.
Oh, yes. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Dodson. We thought we lost you there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my phone ran out of power. I just wanted to thank y'all for hearing us out. And I really appreciate you taking time to hear on our complaints and our grievances. First of all, I just wanted to say I'm a Brunswick resident, taxpayer, and unfortunately it seems an airboat operator. I have to especially thank out for Mr. Peabody Dan Sylvain and Dan Devereaux. I kind of feel like they kind of champion the small guy here a little bit. So I really think that they need a little bit of condolences on what they do. But the problem I have with the LD 14 and the LD 89 is that they give us unrealization, I'll never be able to make the numbers that he has, even with trying. It does seem very located that these
Looks like we've lost him again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello?
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was just seems like, the realization of the numbers that on the decimals that we have were just so low. When we had the test with Mr. Joy and Mr. Sylvain, the votes on the trailer came to what higher than what they wanted us on the lows. You're saying 70, and I think Dan said the average vote in Brunswick was like 89 on a trailer. I mean, I want to do right with the law, but if you give me something I can't do, I don't know how I'm supposed to maintain. It seems, I don't know, and it also, I got to be honest, it does seem like it seems like it singles us out very much. I mean, I understand the law by Mr. Watson when he came on there. It said that, this is just going to single out airboats. I mean, is it maybe because we haven't started calling on the lobster boats? I mean, I don't want to tip for tat, but I don't understand. Then I hear the response of, well, what's it doing to the wildlife? You built a house there. What is that doing to the wildlife? I mean, I want to get along with these people because these aren't just people. They're my neighbors. They're my friends. And, I don't want to anger anybody. The better we all get along, the better we all make. And that's, what Brunswick's number one goal is. We already don't go Sundays. We're only allowed to dig an hour after sunlight and an hour before. And we're in our committee, the Brunswick Clam Committee, which is just amazing. They want to help out as much as possible. They're talking about reducing it to a half hour before sunrise and a half hour after sunset. I mean, I feel like we do a lot. And the response is, I don't know what. We counted 32 morning tides out of the whole 4 months of summer. I mean, we're not really talking longevity of time here. So, and as far as the way of Maine, and I heard the gentleman say about, people coming to visit. If you come down to McQuaid Bay in the morning tides, there are people standing on the shores watching these boats. I mean, it's quite a sight to see, and I think they enjoy it because they seem to be down there. So I don't understand, and I too offer the whole community to come out for an airboat ride. I mean, please, we want to be open and transparent. And like I said, I thank you for all the help and everything. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Dodson? Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. I guess, Mr. Dodson, I guess my question is, do you have do you oppose any decibel level enforcement at the moment, or would you favor a temporary enforcement? And if so, where are you headed with this? Or do you think we need more studies? Thanks.
Oh, no, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes. I mean, I do not want you to think that we all want to go buck wild out there. I mean, Dan Sylvain, our flats, if you were out there running crazy, believe me, you would see that, man. Yes, there should be some kind of ordinance. I mean, as far as the numbers, I mean, what LD 89 and what LD is it's just undoable. You know what I mean? And I do, like I said, these are my neighbors. I hear the airboats, but we got to set them in real. You have to do, I guess the true answer is you just have to have more testing done. Because, we do want to make both sides happy. That is what we all want.
Thanks a lot.
Any other questions for Mr. Dodson? Seeing none, I'm going to leave again and leave it up to Representative Terrio. He looks like he needs something to do there.
Yeah, thanks.
Representative McDonald has her hand up.
So I do have my hand up, but it wasn't
Oh, go
really it wasn't a earth-shattering question here, but I did want to ask Mr. Dodson how serious he was about that airboat ride, because I'd be more than happy to take him up on that.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Anytime, anytime. I'm sure most of Brunswick would.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Representative.
and thank you for being here today.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, hearing none. Who's next, Linda?
Next is Dan Devereaux.
All right, Dan Devereaux, you ready?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I am ready. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Senator Marymount, Representative Landry, Representative McCrate, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources and Inland Fish and Wildlife. My name is Daniel Devereaux. I'm the Brunswick Coastal Resource Manager, and I'm testifying today in opposition to both of these LDs. I wasn't able to get on the 89 testimony, but I've submitted both on the website. We're objecting to both of these LDs in their entirety. I'm objecting to both of these LDs in their entirety from a couple different perspectives. It should be noted that the Brunswick Town Council and the Brunswick Marine Resources Committee's consensus was to oppose both of these LDs in their entirety as well. Understanding the airboat noise impacts and reaching compromise is important to our working waterfronts. These statewide decibel level noise laws are not the way to do it. I'm basing this testimony on a lifetime of experience I have gained operating an airboat as the town of Brunswick's Marine Warden for many years. The town has owned and operated an airboat for a better part of a half century for shellfish enforcement, research, and conservation. I retired from the police department in 2008 and became the coastal resource manager shortly thereafter. One of the responsibilities of this job as a coastal resource manager is the oversight of the municipal shellfish management plan, of which we use the airboat often to be able to execute several of those duties in this capacity. Last but not least, myself and my family are landowners who live 1,000 feet from Maquette Bay, a landing that sees as many as 20 or 30 airboat launches and retrievals a day during the summer. Warden Dan Sylvain and I were assigned to the consensus building effort on behalf of the town. I do commend Mr. Peabody, Judy Camuso, and the DMR on their work to try to build a consensus. However, I'm not sure that there could be a consensus without a better understanding of all the facts. Even though some shell fishermen agreed to certain decibels, they are doing this out of faith that their airboats will pass under all conditions. I can assure you, most will not. Airboats navigate by pushing air through a series of fins, which is directionally controlled by rudders. For an airboat to make a sharp turn, they need to accelerate rapidly, in which will create a lot of noise, way above 65, 75, and even 90 decibels. The only noise that is controllable is the engine exhaust noise and some of the modification to the pitch of the prop, which is why you'll see Florida has regulated that all airboats must have mufflers on them. It is nearly impossible to operate these boats, even under perfect conditions and without being loaded with 1,000 pounds of clams, under the prescribed decibel levels in both these LDs. The type of mud flat sediment also plays a really important role in the amount of noise an airboat creates. The more friction there is, the harder and the louder the airboat has to accelerate to move across the flats. Many people in the consensus group seem to think that the airboat issue was a phenomenon, a new phenomenon. Shell fishermen have been using this tool since starting to lose private access years ago. Also, shell fishermen can't control the timing of the tides when they work. Many of the larger tides during the summer and fall are on the early morning tides. When you have large tides, you gain access to areas that you normally would not gain access to in other times of the year. So it's important that they get out and they harvest these areas, not only for themselves economically, but also ecologically. Coastal properties in our areas have changed hands over the years, and those traditional private footpaths are continually being cut off. I can show you trespass sign after trespass sign after trespass sign up and down Muir Point, all around Brunswick. Anywhere where there's coast, there's a trespass sign. Giving fishermen more reason to seek methods to access the clam flats. And here we are with 17 airboats now operating in the town of Brunswick. As everybody knows, the town of Brunswick is well known for its robust and productive shellfish resources. We're one of the major producers in the state for shellfish. Brunswick currently licenses 64 commercial shellfishermen, a handful of students. 17 of those shellfishermen have invested in airboats that are frequently used in the summer to access clam flats. And oftentimes in the summer, they take 2 or 3 or 4 people with them. Each one of these dedicated fishermen harvest thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds of shellfish worth millions of dollars, and they are a major contributor to our coastal economy and our local vibrancy. Setting unachievable decibel levels on airboats will have impacts on their productivity in the coastal economy in northern Casco Bay. No way every way you cut it. Those are the facts. Northern Casco Bay is being gentrified quicker than most, and this is just more evidence of that. Deepwater frontage in northern Casco Bay is prime real estate, and there's very little of it left. So more and more people are now building and living year-round on the intertidal. This goes to the cutting down of the trees and the houses being thrown up, some of which are now building long piers that extend out over the intertidal. You know, those ones you see down around Cape Cod, Mid-Atlantic, Chesapeake. Over the years, sometimes you wonder what that does to the wildlife. Over the years, the town has received several complaints surrounding airboat use. We have taken this opportunity to try to educate both the complainants and the shellfishermen about the traditional shell fishery and what and why shellfishermen may choose to use these boats. We have also spoken to those individual operators who are outliers and requested that they make every effort to reduce their noise. In most cases, this has satisfied both sides. If there is an outlier in town, like Mr. Dotson just said, he will be seeing Dan Sylvain to talk about how he can quiet his airboat down. We have in the past proposed closing down the town landings to airboats if they can't operate them respectfully. There is current discussion to reduce twilight hours in the number of days fishermen can go fish to try to help the landowners accommodate some of the landowners' concerns. There is no denying airboats are loud, but they're also a valuable commercial fishing tool. As they provide a means of easy transportation to the mudflats, they can no longer allow access by land. I point out that setting a decibel level on commercial fishing fleet is a slippery slope for all fishermen. And I've heard from supporters that this idea of a slippery slope is a red herring. Well, I'd counter the fact that Mainers Against Coastal Noise is a red herring. What's next? Duck hunting in the intertidal? A shotgun blast is 150 decibels. An idling Harley is 80 decibels. When and where does it stop? What about jet skis? It's important to note that the state of Florida has over 25,000 registered airboats, and yet they haven't established decibel levels specific to airboats. The only requirement is the engine must be muffled and the boat must display a flag underway. The origins of these LDs, I'll sum it up.
Yep.
The origins of these LDs seem to point toward this being a more localized problem. I would urge the members to consider impacts to local shellfishing towns and the harvesters they license. There are no fiscal notes attached to this, but rest assured, when and if the municipal shellfish wardens and police departments and state wardens and municipal codes and DAs are going to have to investigate them, it's going to cost money. And with that, I will close, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Devereaux. Does anybody have any questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Devereaux. I do have some questions. I share your concerns that this is a slippery slope, and I worry about the statewide impacts. Do you have any ideas for solutions that could be handled on a municipal or local level?
I do, and Andy actually had mentioned some of those, that the committee has been under consideration of reducing the twilight digging hours, also reducing number of days individuals can harvest on the weekends. All of those concessions, there are concessions that can be made at landings by municipalities, I believe. We have a unique tool as a municipal shellfish program to limit the times that people can times and days people can harvest. And with that tool, we could offer some relief not only to the landowners but also to the resources that we protect.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Devereaux. And I see our wonderful Senator Dill is back, and I would be love to have him take this back.
Geez, thanks, Representative. Is there anyone else, Linda, left to testify on this bill?
As far as I can tell, there was no one else waiting in the waiting room to testify.
All right, great. I am going to close the hearing on LD 114. And I want to thank everybody for their testimony today. And I want to thank everybody that's still here to stick it out. But we still have 2 work sessions to go for the IFW. So the Marine Committee, again, thank you, and we'll see you at the work session.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you.
Just making sure we got a quorum left here. We have 8, so we're good to go. Okay, so I will open up the work session on LD 666, an act to lower the youth hunting age. Is that the first one? I don't have my list in front of me, but yes, according to our list, 666 is first. So an act to lower the youth hunting age. John.
So this is the bill that would allow a person who is 14 or 15 years of age to hunt without being in the presence of or under the effective control of a junior hunter supervisor if that person has completed a hunter safety course specific to the method of hunting authorized by the license. And as you probably know, the junior hunter supervisor is basically the parent or guardian or a person who's 18 or older who's been approved by the parent or guardian to be the supervisor. And as you probably also know, but just to give you a quick rundown, the current structure of the law for the junior hunter is if you're under 10, you need to be under supervision within 20 feet of your supervisor to hunt. From 10 to 15 right now, you have to be under the effective control of the supervisor, not within the 20 feet. And that's the portion of the law that would be changed by this. Up to 14, it would stay the same, but for the 14 to 15-year-old, if you completed the safety course, you could hunt unaccompanied. And if you're 16 and you're still hunting under the authority of the junior hunting license, you haven't got your adult license yet, you can hunt without a supervisor if you've completed the safety course. Otherwise, you have to have a supervisor with you. So that's the proposal. And I guess that's all I have.
All right, thanks, John. Any questions for John? Does anybody need to hear from Colonel Scott? I think he's out in the waiting area. So would you, Linda, bring in Colonel Scott, please, in case we have any questions on this bill or the next one? Representative Hepler, you're bouncing back and forth. You're making me dizzy here on my screen. You good? All right. Does anybody have any questions for the Colonel or John? Yes, Representative Ordway.
Yes, thanks, Senator. I don't know if it's a question for the Colonel can answer or we can all think about. I've heard a lot of opposition to this bill. I'd like to see something where the scenario that brought this about was a single parent, a single mother up north that had 2 kids, and she had to decide which one could go hunting. And so maybe not let a 14-year-old off on his own, but, you know, out in the woods or left on a stand, or some way that they wouldn't have to sit with a parent, that they could still be able to hunt, and a parent could take the younger one. I'd really, truly like to see us come up with something. I guess that's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else? Question, comment? Representative Danny Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long afternoon. I'm going to have a hard time supporting this piece of legislation, obviously for safety concerns. So I'm just wondering, following up Representative Ordway's comment, if the department has anything to offer in the form of a compromise or an amendment. But I'm reminded when I asked a good friend of mine in the warden service if he would allow his child, son or daughter, to go hunting at the age of 14, and the answer was no. So as currently written, I will not be supporting this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I concur with that, but I am also wondering with what Representative Ordway said is if there was a way that a parent could take 2 kids and have one within sight. I mean, is that viable? Having one with them under control and then the other one, you know, not right with them, but they still are, you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out a way for a parent that has 2 children to do it successfully without having a kid sitting on both sides of them. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. So, and I had that problem. I actually had to recruit a friend of mine to take one of my sons because I had 2 at the same time. So I understand the problem. I just don't know the solution. So I'm asking if there's something that we can do. I don't know. But yeah, as it's written, I agree with Representative Martin. I don't like the way it's written, so I won't support that, but I would be interested in hearing if there's a possibility that we can do something.
Representative Hepler.
Right, I finally shaped my question, which is actually related to what's been said before. In current law, does the person, if you're under 16, does the person, the grown-up, have to be a parent or guardian, or can it be someone else?
Can be.
It can be. Yeah. Can you answer that, Colonel? Sorry, I'll be quiet.
It can be somebody else as long as they've completed a hunter safety course, and I believe they need to be over 18 years of age. And as far as under the effective control, kind of answering Representative Terrio's question, the only statute that provides a particular distance is under 10. The statute, when we went to the no age hunting law, is regarding you have to be within 20 feet of your adult supervisor. The accompaniment of the junior hunter between 10 and 16 is in the presence of and under the effective control, which really means within voice and visual contact, not enhanced by CB radios, et cetera. So it is possible for you to sit some distance away from your junior hunter. It's just, you know, all laws are based on reasonableness and whether or not that junior hunter is under your reasonable effective control or not. I mean, so they don't physically have to be right on both sides of you, but you know, within voice and hearing distance without being enhanced by binoculars, visual devices, I think it says, and citizen band radios.
Great. Representative Alley.
Yes, sir. I don't think I could vote for that. I think it's too young.
I think 16 probably is a good cutoff. Why not leave it there?
Thank you. Representative Ordway.
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, I come back to this a lot, and it's how do we get youth involved? And I think this is a detriment to some. And I can't paint all 14-year-old kids as irresponsible. I can't. It's just, you know, the parent knows whether or not their kid, and we got to rely on the parents. Hey, I think they've known the kid for 14 years and they should be able to tell.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Representative Terrio.
Yeah, and I understand what he's saying, because I agree with that, but there's way too many parents that want to use it just to, you know, get their children out, and that's the scary part, is they don't have any control over them. They don't care. They want them out of their sight. Go hunting, you know, and I have concerns with that. I agree. Some 14 and 15-year-olds are very responsible, and I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. But we don't have any control over picking who is and who isn't. That's my concern. So, like I say, I'd be willing to listen to an alternative, but I don't know that there's a good solution to it.
Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I ran this by my students in my U.S. history class, and it was the same thing that Representative Terrio was talking about, where there are some parents, you know, some kids who talked about, I've been out in the woods with my parents since I was 10, and others are much more unfamiliar, and others, you know, more concerned about that. But now I'm thinking, now that thanks to the answer from Dan Scott, I feel like in some ways there is a solution that's already there, which is it doesn't have to be a parent. It can be some responsible person, adult, who's taken the hunter safety course.
Thank you. Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to kind of reiterate what Representative Terrio said. You know, there's a lot of young 14-year-olds out there that I would much rather go hunting with than most 50-year-old adults. But with the distractions we have today with cell phones, and I just don't think it's the same as when I was a young person going out in the woods. I think times are different, and it's going to be, it's a slippery slope. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Anybody want to make a motion? Representative Alley.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion that this doesn't pass.
Ought not to pass, okay? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's been seconded by Representative Terrio. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Linda, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, starting with Representative Mason,
Yes.
Representative Hepler,
Yes.
Senator Dill,
Yes.
Representative Terrio,
Yes.
Representative Danny Martin,
Yes.
Representative Ordway,
No.
Representative Alley,
Yes.
Representative Nadeau.
Yes.
So that's 7 in favor of the motion ought not to pass and 1 against.
Okay, and 6 absent. That's 5 absent.
5 absent, 5.
Okay, so ought not to pass is the majority vote. So we'll wait to hear what the other ones have to say for a vote. And I will close the hearing on the work session on LD 666 and open up the work session on LD 635. An act to repeal the requirement to obtain a permit before hunting with a noise suppression device. And with that, John.
Can I just ask what Representative Ordway's minority report is on?
Yep,
Is it
sure,
ought to
sorry.
pass?
That's why my hand is up. Yes, that would be an ought to pass. If I could amend it, I would.
Okay, moving on, John.
Okay, so LD 635, it repeals the law providing for DIFW to issue permits to use noise suppression devices with firearms while hunting. As you know, there's no fee for that permit, and the permit is essentially permanent. Once you get it, it's valid unless and until revoked. There is a drafting issue with this bill. I want to bring to your attention. I think it was an oversight. While the bill repeals the permit, it doesn't repeal the prohibition on using suppressors without a permit. So if you get rid of the permit, it would essentially make it now illegal to use suppressors, and you wouldn't be able to get a permit to get around that. So I think the intent of the bill would be to repeal not only the permit, but the prohibition on using suppression devices. So with that additional piece, I think that's what the intent is. I just also want to let you know that that would not change other provisions in the law which relate to penalties that apply if you commit hunting crimes or severe hunting violations while using a suppressor. There are enhanced penalties associated with that. Those are separate. But again, I think if you were to go forward with the bill, you'd want to repeal the section that prohibits hunting with suppressors, so that you get rid of not only the permit, but the prohibition on using suppressors.
Okay, thank you. Colonel, is that what you're okay with?
Yeah, no, John is right on with that. There was one other issue we brought up, John. I don't know if you were going to bring it up or not regarding the penalty. I can if you don't want to, or
go ahead.
So this was kind of a controversial law that came into effect when we first started it back in 2015. The question around whether to use suppressors or not, as you know, it's gone through a few different iterations. In 2018, we removed the sunset clause as well as the fee. And as an agency, we kind of wanted to ease our way into the use of suppressors for hunting. And it seems to have effectively done so, because we've issued more than 500 and we haven't denied any. However, when the original law was put into place, there were some mandatory penalties associated with it, and it basically broke hunting into two violations. One was a hunting crime and one was a serious hunting crime, like night hunting or shooting too close to a dwelling or exceeding the bag limit. In statute, the serious hunting violation has, if you do it with a suppressor, has a lifetime hunting license revocation. And that is not our intent moving forward. So our recommendation, the minor hunting crime, so to speak, as it currently is in statute, was a 5-year revocation, similar to if you violated a hunting law with the use of night vision or forward-looking infrared or something as an aggravating factor. So we would recommend to do away with subsection 4 as well, the take out the lifetime revocation. Obviously, that's not our intent, and probably have to come up with some language under 10902, section 7, whereas violation of a hunting crime with the use of a suppressor is still has a mandatory suspension with it, but obviously not lifetime suspension. We kind of picked up on that after reviewing the law as written, and we wanted to make sure we clarified that, didn't have that go through.
Thank you. Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I can get a clarification, so what this would do is committing a hunting crime would be the same whether you were using a suppressor or whether you weren't, is what you're recommending.
It would be aggravated if you, so if it's a mandatory revocation, if you're hunting and you commit a violation and you're subject to a revocation, a license revocation, if you do it with a suppressor, it would aggravate it to 5 years, which is the same as if you did it with night vision or forward-looking infrared. So it makes it a little bit more serious. What it would do is take away the current wording in statute that says it would be a permanent revocation of your hunting license, which we don't support that.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Danny Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It appears that if in fact we move forward, we could potentially have two amendments, John's verbiage and Colonel Scott's suggestion. So in order to move this forward, I would move ought to pass as amended by John's language and Daniel Scott's recommendation. I would further request that before releasing the bill, that it come back to this committee to review the language.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Linda, please call the roll.
Representative Mason,
Yes.
Representative Hepler,
Yes.
Senator Dill,
Yes.
Representative Theriault,
Yes.
Representative Danny Martin,
Yes.
Representative Ordway,
Yes.
Representative Ali,
yes,
Representative Nadu.
Yes.
That's unanimous, 8 in favor.
8 in favor, 5 absent. It's ought to pass as amended, pending language review. Thank you. I will close the hearing on LD 635, an act to repeal the requirement to obtain a permit before hunting with a noise suppression device. Ron, what else do we have?
Just quickly, I shouldn't take any time. You had from me an email and then also an email from Rachel just about fiscal notes. And I just wanted to bring them to your attention, make sure you got them and didn't have any questions about them. The first one was on LD 547. That was the nuisance beaver. And that's just a minor reduction and minor savings, nothing very significant there. So again, unless there were questions, you had that in the email. And then also Rachel had sent you the fiscal note for LD 142, which was the bear bill. And they did the revised fiscal note, and now there's savings and actually revenue to the general fund as an end result of that bill. So you're not going to have the fiscal note that was going to be the concern before on that one. And then the last one was LD 223, which was the bill having to do with reinstating suspended licenses. And there was a minor cost to the, again, I think this was something that you'd already talked about as expected, minor cost to the general fund, but a large or larger increase to special revenue funds. Again, she sent you that by email. So again, just to point those out, if there's any questions about them, happy to try to answer, but I think you're all set with all of those.
Thanks, John. Any questions for John? Seeing none. Anything else, John?
That's it.
Linda, anything else from you?
No, I have nothing further. Moment.
Nothing? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
And it's been seconded. All right. All in favor?